En el mundo habrá un lugar para cada despertar, un jardín de pan y de poesía, porque puestos a soñar, fácil es imaginar esta humanidad en armonía. Vibra mi mente al pensar en la posibilidad de encontrar un rumbo diferente para abrir de par en par los cuadernos del amor, del gauchaje de toda la gente.
Cayuela, capítulo 7. Me miras, de cerca me miras, cada vez más de cerca. Y entonces jugamos al ciclo. Miramos cada vez más de cerca y los ojos se agrandan. Se acercan entre sí, se superponen y los ciclos que se miran, respirando confundidos. preocupación que es jugar cuando se buscan otras puertas.
1, 2, 3, 4, tierra, cielo, 5, 6, paraíso, infierno, 7, 8, 9, 10, hay que saber mover los pies. En la rayuela o en la vida, vos podés elegir un día, porque costado de qué lado saltarás.
Otros accesos a lo no cotidiano, simplemente para embellecer lo cotidiano, al iluminarlo bruscamente de otra manera, sacarlo de sus casillas, definirlo de nuevo y mejor. Me basta cerrar los ojos para deshacerlo todo y recomenzar. Exactamente con tu boca que sonríe por debajo de la que mi mano te dibuja.
1, 2, 3, 4, tierra, cielo, 5, 6, paraíso, infierno, 7, 8, 9, 10, hay que saber mover los pies. En la rayuela o en la vida, vos podés elegir un día, porque costado de qué lado saltarás.
Y yo te siento temblar contra mí como una luna en el agua.
Descubrimos vos y yo en el triste carnaval una música brutal, melodías de dolor. Vos y yo, y en el lento divagar, una música brutal, encendió nuestra pasión.
Would you believe me if I told you you've used a weapon of war today? It doesn't discriminate. It can kill children, devastate families, and even bring a city to its knees. You would imagine that a weapon so destructive is difficult to come by. But you can find it anywhere if you know what you're looking for. Water is being used as a weapon. Clean water is being cut off. Pipelines are being attacked. Children are being forced to drink dirty water. In many conflicts, more children die from water-related diseases than from bullets or bombs. And it's happening right now.
We will end poverty for good and make sure no one goes to bed hungry or sick.
Erkek ve kadının eşit olmasını sağlayacağız. İnsanları şiddetten ve afetlerden koruyacağız.
Vamos a apoyar a nuestros líderes para que nos puedan unir. Nadie debe quedarse atrás.
Nous construirons des villes qui nous rendent heureux. Nous protégerons notre planète qu'elle constitue notre seul gîte.
So don't drop the ball. Team up with the United Nations Development Programme and support the global goals.
Okay, welcome back. All right, we're ready for our next session. Now, it's often asked that business, that they do more than their share, pick up the large chunk of sort of financing development costs. Well, is it really that simple for companies to do more than their share of corporate responsibility and charity? That's the question. Is it that simple? To answer that, this next session will be moderated by Agnieszka Gajewska. She's the head of capital projects and infrastructure at PricewaterhouseCoopers. The floor is yours. And if you can invite your guests up too. Thank you.
Okay. I hope it's working. Hello everyone and welcome to our panel about markets and investors. I must tell you I'm really excited about this specific panel because we are going to look from a slightly different perspective. We have a panel of investors and also investees who are covering the very broad spectrum of impact investments. We will be talking about infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure, but we will be also talking about high-tech solutions for impact investments and impact businesses. So without any further delay, I would want to welcome on the stage our panelists. First, Mr. Burcu Karpuz. Burcu is Director in Finance in Motion. Rafayel Ghasabyan. Rafayel is founder and CEO of RAFA Solutions. Jem Bajtok, managing partner of IDA Capital. And last but definitely not least, Omri Gainsberg, Senior Investment Director and Head of Turkey and Eurasia for Meridian. Welcome, guys. We have around an hour to discuss private sector response to sustainable development. And probably we will have like 2 rounds of questions from me and comments from you, with a little bit of time left for questions and answers from the audience. But before we go into questions, I just wanted to reflect a little bit about yesterday, so what we've discussed yesterday, and also set some scene for this discussion. I think we are the first panel where we are really looking at, from the investees and investors' perspective, from the private sector perspective. And one of the, I would say, themes that I would want to bring to our discussion is the statement from Achim Steiner yesterday. In my opinion, a hugely inspirational speech that he gave, when he said that there is actually no lack of resources in financial system, but we are investing principally in wrong things. And by investing in wrong things, sometimes we make things even worse. And I would say when I look at my personal professional experience and also PwC observations and market experience, yes, absolutely, there is more money in the system than ever. There is like a huge appetite of investors to invest money in a good way. But actually, when we're talking to private investors, these investment decisions that they are making are not always fully aligned with impact investments. Now, when you're looking at the economic calculations, and if you have some numbers put together, the answer should also be quite clear. We're talking about 5 to 7 trillion expenditure versus 12 million increase in global GDP. So even these 2 numbers put together does make sense in a financial way. Not even start talking about whether it is the right thing, whether we are addressing the problems of today's world. But on the other hand, one of the key figures from yesterday was $2.5 trillion of the financial gap that we have annually only in emerging markets. So actually, there is this mismatch, and that is why there is this big call for private investments. And again, if I am to quote Mr. Steiner from yesterday, he said something like this, that the money needs direction and it needs mitigation. And again, if I am to reflect to our PwC experience from the global market, I would say, we're working both with the governments and policymakers, but we also work a lot with private investors. And clearly, there is always this discussion about whether I'm going to invest, whether it's risky, too risky for me, what decision-making process I'm going through. And when we talk about different players, I think we had a couple of really wonderful panels, including the panel before us, about the role of MDBs and DFIs in impact investments and also mobilizing private sector. And if you look at, again, the statistics from 2017, you will see that MDBs and DFIs managed to mobilize 160 billion US dollars of private investment, which is absolutely very helpful and I think really well done. But on the other hand, it is nowhere near to this 2.5 trillion we are needing each year. So in our discussion, I would want to somehow reflect these numbers and reflect these needs and to better understand how your companies, how your investors are looking at it. And I would want to focus specifically on emerging markets and medium income countries. We could talk about Eastern Europe, we can talk about Central Asia. One final statement that I remember from yesterday was from Mrs. Bregu, who was talking yesterday about Southern Eastern Europe and Western Balkans. And she said something like this, that we're talking about relatively small markets, where the risks are there, the development effort is there, but actually the markets are not comparable as it comes to the volume and capacity when we compare ourselves with other emerging markets, like, for example, South Africa or Brazil. So this is also something that the policymakers from that part of the world brought to the discussion, and I would want to better understand, for example, how the investors that you are dealing with are looking at this part of the world. So finally, how I see the ambition for our panel. If I were to set the ambition, I would say it would be great if we could look at the sustainable investments and impact investments from both investors' perspective and also investee perspective. We have a good balance here to have both sides, and look for some really practical ways of how to direct this private investments into sustainable development. If we could do it for medium income countries, it would be really great, because I think this is the experience that you can bring to the table. So this is a little bit of setting the scene, and let me start with the first round of questions. And I would probably start, Omri, with you. You are dealing with huge infrastructure investments. You are probably one of the world-class players in privately financed infrastructure. And it would be great for you to give us a little bit of overview how you guys understand sustainable infrastructure and sustainable investments. And also, how are you able to align the interest of your investors with the sustainable development, communities you are working with, and the governments you're working with?
First of all, let me thank you for having me here today, to the audience for their interest. I like the quote that you mentioned earlier, because I really think it's important. Before I answer the question, for us, we've managed to mobilize over 50 billion euros of private capital into infrastructure all over the world. So there's no shortage of money, and there's no shortage of investors who are interested in infrastructure. Just in this region, we've mobilized 2 billion euros over the last few years. So even in places which are, let's say, around the world considered a little bit more challenging or emerging, there's money available, and there's definitely an interest available from private investors. So maybe just to answer your question, for us, when we talk about investing, investing is really a tool to deliver sustainable and resilient infrastructure. It's not really the end goal in itself. It's certainly not the objective. So, you know, we are long-term investors in infrastructure, but what that means is that when we talk about sustainability in building and managing public assets, right, so roads, hospitals, water treatment facilities, airports, you know, we need to do that where it generates benefits over the very long term. And financing, investing, you know, both of those things just allow us to do that on a much larger scale. The way that we do that is by tapping pension and insurance savers. So people like us who have their money or their pension savings, tapping those types of savings which are very long-term in nature and are naturally more aligned, being long-term, with the long-term nature of public assets. So it sort of makes sense to channel those savings into productive assets that help future generations. It seems to be a simple equation, but it's not always so easy to deliver. And those savers are usually driven by actually two types of goals. One is obviously impact. They want to know, you know, is the money that's being invested on their behalf benefiting communities where it's being invested? Are we actually improving people's lives? Are we improving resilience against climate change? Are we supporting the carbon transition? This is important. When we talk to investors, they usually ask us this first before they start saying, well, what are your returns on investment? And normally the way that we do that is by measuring you know, impact through ESG criteria, but also specifically the SDG framework, which for us is part of our investment procedure, part of our investment framework when we look at any investment. And then secondly, of course, they're interested in meaningful returns. They are looking to generate return, but they're really looking to do that on a long-term and stable way. So they're looking for long-term income, which again, that aligns very well with the sort of infrastructure that public sector, governments, people typically want. They want infrastructure to last a long time. They want, when a new road is built, they want to make sure that it's well maintained and delivering the service over not 10 years or 15 years, but 30, 40, 50, and sometimes longer. So in practice, you know, this is really what we're looking for when we talk about sustainable infrastructure investing, when we talk about aligning interests. We're looking to build projects, airports, as I mentioned, hospitals, like we have here in Turkey, water treatment facilities, where it's not really measured as a success when it's built, because even though that's difficult, that's not really the measure of success. The measure of success is how has it benefited the people who use it over a very long period of time.
Lovely. I think, Omri, you gave a very, very good definition of what we referred yesterday as a high quality money. Because yesterday I was sitting in the audience and I was thinking a little bit how, as a financier, I reflect to the high quality money. It's like, you know, dollar is a dollar. So is it really something like the high quality money? And I think everything that you said here about investors first asking questions about the impact and only then about the returns is absolutely something that we are looking for. Burcu, I think something that came to my attention yesterday when I was preparing myself for this panel was your statement in LinkedIn that was saying you are harnessing power of finance for the benefit of people and planet, which sounded really, really great. I think what we would really love to hear is what does it really mean in practice, and how you see the impact, the appetite for impact investments in the middle-income countries. Is it a proper appetite for impact investments in this part of the world, or is it difficult to find such investors?
Just maybe quickly give a little bit of feedback and a background about what we are doing. I'm working for Finance in Motion, which is a privately owned company, and currently we are managing 5 different impact funds that are focusing on different topics, development topics, but also in different regions. What makes unique the funds that we are managing they are public and private partnerships. So while we have the public money that is invested in these funds, like the KfW, EBRD, IFC, the government, the public money, on the other side we are also able to attract private investors into these funds. What we see is, yes, there's a lot of appetite from private investors. to invest in these funds, because I definitely agree with my colleague. They are really looking for the impact. They are really trying to make a difference. And when we start discussing these investments, their priority is the impact that will be created rather than the profit that they will be making out of these investments. So from an investor point of view, I agree that we have the investors on the ground. They do want to invest in these kind of funds, and they really want to make a difference. They are really very much attached to these sustainable development goals. In terms of investments and the awareness, the understanding from the financial institutions side, we are mainly working with financial institutions, to give it as a note. So we are working with microfinance institutions, but also with leasing companies, banks, and other types of financial institutions on the ground, for them to on-lend these facilities to the relatively underdeveloped groups, or the groups that are in need of longer-term financing, that are basically like the disadvantaged groups in these communities. So this understanding from the financial institutions' perspective is developing in the region. We see it quite significantly. We have started this almost 10 years ago with ex-Yugoslavian countries, and then the funds have expanded into different regions, into different countries. And now we see more appetite from financial institutions to borrow for these for impact purposes, for impact investment purposes, and they have the willingness to outreach to more different clients, empowering women, empowering young people, investing in energy projects, investing in waste management, resource efficiency projects as well. So I think that will continue to develop from that perspective. But one thing that we are also doing is we are also providing a lot of technical support to these institutions, because providing the financing all by itself doesn't really create the difference, because you also need to create the understanding internally in these institutions from the employees' perspective, but also in terms of how they will reach to these clients, but also you need to support their infrastructure, but you also need to make sure that they are being more digital to offer new solutions and new products to these clients as well. So basically we are working on both fronts. On one side we are providing these long-term funds to empower the disadvantaged groups, or to help these institutions reach those sustainable development goals. But on the other side, we are also working a lot on the technical support projects to increase awareness and to build up their infrastructure to continue landing on that front.
Thank you so much. Whenever I hear about the technical assistance and support, it's something that is very, very close, I think, to our heart. My background is in infrastructure, and Omri only know that technical assistance and helping both the investors as well as the beneficiaries to put together projects is very much at the heart of everything that we do. And Jem, I think it is a very, very nice transition to discussion with you. When LinkedIn was extremely helpful to help me prepare for our conversation, and I went to your profile as well, and you're saying something like this: you guys are investing at early and growth stages to innovate impact businesses. Everything that sounds here, that is here, sounds really, really good to me. But can you tell us something more about your innovation fund, and how actually are you guys making your investment decisions? Something that was absolutely inspiring to me when I was reading is that you guys are promising your investors both social and environmental dividend. Is it something that is really attractive to broad categories of investors, and something that could be a future of investing in impact businesses?
All right, thank you. I mean, here's the good news. There are a lot of businesses other than just infrastructure investment in impact investment space. What we have observed as an opportunity several years ago, that the businesses that we wanted to invest was in the areas of, interestingly, in, let's say, agriculture, education, financial inclusion, energy efficiency, and the areas like this. And then we realized that there's something called impact investing. And by nature, we found ourselves as an impact investor because we believe that because of the rise in the population, because of the need in the emerging markets especially, the scale of the businesses and the scale and the need and the problems in these areas creates a lot of business opportunities as long as you can pivot the disruptive technologies with an impact investing mind, which means a return and the impact should be alongside. If you can do that, we see that a lot of abundant investment opportunities, but it should start from the idea generation so that we are an early stage investor. That's the reason why we are an early stage investor, because at the growth stages, or if you will be running a buyout fund, it's very hard to find by nature or by design impactful businesses. But if you can start investing at the earlier stages to so-called startups, you can create very profitable businesses alongside the impact. Just a few examples. I mean, take healthcare. One of our sister funds, we are part of a global impact investment network, and we have a cornerstone investor from US called Capria Ventures, backed by IFC, Bill Gates, and the other big impact investors. And we collaborate among the fund managers in the emerging markets. And our sister fund in India, for example, had made an investment in healthcare, and they invested into a handheld mammography device, which cut the costs of screening to 1/10, and brought the screening device from hospital to the clinics. So, what was the impact? The cost-cutting 1/10, availability for the patients at the clinics. So, this was the impact side. What was the profitability? The women in India now are able to do the mammography in a year very easily, so that the market size increased near 100 times, and still the profitability in the service is about 100%. So the cost of screening to the government or to the clinic is $1.50, and the real cost at the background is about 50 cents. So with innovative businesses, we can disrupt the business. We can approach the SDG problems with this disruptive innovation idea and create sound, still profitable with the basic unit economics, still scalable businesses. So we are investing into these businesses. One critical area is that in order to create the scale and in order to create great returns that is compatible and competitive with the other VC industry investments, we should be reaching to a larger market. For example, take Turkey, 80 million people, just about $800 billion GDP, but it's not enough. I mean, our rule of thumb, according to our calculations, we should be reaching a market size of somewhere around 400 million people with a collective consolidated GDP of somewhere around of $4 or $5 trillion. So where those markets are, US itself is such a market. Europe is a market like that as well, but the impact potential is limited in these developed markets. So if we would like to be focusing, creating massive impact through innovation, we should be creating businesses that can go beyond the country where it emerged. So this is what we are trying to do now. Yes, there is potential, but the approach should be in that scale should be created by expanding our regions. Not only CEE, not only MENA, but take the emerging markets as a whole market.
Thank you, Jem. I think it's really fascinating to hear this, because if you ask probably many people in the audience here about venture capital, sustainability would be not the first word that come to their mind. If we're talking about venture capital, it would be more about risks. It would be more about the high returns rather than long-term and sustainability. And I think it's really, really great to hear that the early stage investors have a great role to play here. And again, it would be a very, very good transition to right now to you, Rafayel, because you are one and only representative on this panel who is not an investor, but you represent, types of companies who are normally looking for investors. And as I said, for some financiers, venture capitalists and SDGs, sustainable development, is not something that will intuitively come to mind. And I would say to some of them it might feel a little bit intangible and maybe even contradictory. Yet you are successfully operating a high-tech business in SDG at your heart, and you managed to find financing for your company. You're acting globally out of Armenia, high-tech business with SDGs as part of one of your agenda. How do you do this? What is the real impact that you're giving to impact businesses, but also what would you say to investors to make them aware of these business opportunities like yourself?
Thank you very much for inviting me, and it's my honor to be on the panel. Actually, what Jem mentioned and what he was expressing about the importance of the companies looking into their businesses, even though, but basically doing impactful work, they still need to be a profitable business. That's very much close to my heart, like what we are doing with our company, and also the expansion. When you mentioned about the importance of expanding from the emerging market, our company was established and we operate majorly from Armenia, but at the same time, the whole market that we're targeting, it's outside of Armenia, and the reason behind is that the market is much bigger there, and at the same time, the impact that we can have, it's much bigger. So before I introduce about what we are doing and how much successful or how it's going on, I would like to express my opinion regarding Agnieszka's in the beginning when you mentioned about the how the financing is going right or wrong on the perspective of the SDGs and financing the companies both in the private sector as well as the public sector. One thing to mention, and this will transition towards our product introducing our product. Basically, I think that the poverty, all the problems that we have, it can be poverty, climate, inequality, all those that are currently part of the SDGs, and we want to concentrate to solve those issues. If we look back into the incentives or how those problems were created, we'll notice that it's somehow related to people. The same people have somehow created those issues that we're now striving to solve one by one, finding those problems in different parts of the world, and then basically making the water cleaner, reducing the cost for the food and making the food available and so on. So instead of much looking into solving the particular issues, I would probably rather concentrate on finding out the reasons why those issues were created and eliminating those incentives before solving the particular issues. So if we look into that, I think the major problem is the education. Basically, if people are more educated, all those issues, or at least like majority of those issues, will actually disappear. So as per my perception, the education is a key role, and the SDG number 4, which is the high quality education, should be spread all over the world. Like the way that we make people aware about the issues and overall being more higher educated, it's actually going to eliminate all the other issues and solve the SDGs in the other aspects as well. So that's something that we feel within our company, and actually our company is an engineering company. It was started around 7-8 years ago, and we are in industrial automation in engineering. And then we faced not terrible, but we faced a big issues with finding good resources, human resources. The major issue there was that the current institutions, the universities, the educational institutions, are very much concentrated into the giving some specialized knowledge, either in electrical engineering or computer science or business. So all the specializations are very niche and very vertical. But the current world and the technology, I would say the innovation and overall the technology growth is demanding to have more diverse knowledge rather than to be specialized in something really vertical. So we were looking for people who graduate the electrical engineering, but still they understand what is cloud computing, what is like, at least to have the basic knowledge of software engineering. So when we saw that, okay, that's really challenging, so we made our own training courses and we did internal trainings. And afterwards we saw that this is a very interesting product and others are interested to come to our company just for those trainings. So that was the starting point to come out a new product, which is, we call it now, it's IIO Think, that's related to Industrial Internet of Things educational curriculum. That was built within the last year, and we just started to sell it in the United States market, in India, Russia. We have got even a customer from Japan. So we started to sell the content, the curriculum, together with some project-based laboratories and some equipment that we partner with well-known international multi-billion companies to sell their hardware products. So then we understood that selling the content is really challenging. And if you look into that just as a business point of view, because the content is something, it can be easily just basically copied, or it's like a text. So that's when we understood that we are in a very impactful, like the education and changing the education, especially if you want to target the big audience, it's not something easy to be done just selling licenses. So we partner with UNDP, and there is a program called Impact AIM, which we are very proud to be part of as the first ventures to be like, I don't know to say just financed, but basically the network of United Nations, UNDP helped us to make this product more visible to our target audience. So we participated to a couple of conferences, and we get the very high demand and visibility. So just to summarize, basically the education and making everyone to be aware what's coming up with the technology, it's really important, as if nowadays the technology is touching probably like maybe 30% of the overall population of the world, but it's increasing with a very high speed, and like the chair that I'm sitting now, it's going to be smart maybe after 5 years. The cars are becoming smarter. The flights, like everything is becoming very much tech, like it includes tech. Even myself sitting here, probably my granddaughter is going to have something in the body, having a technology inside or outside of the body. So we need to prepare the people, not only the technology. The companies grow really fast, and it's difficult to catch up with them. But unfortunately, the education is not catching up. So we need to concentrate on the education. That's what I feel is really important.
Thanks, Rafał. I must tell you, I'm really happy that we have smart panelists rather than smart chairs here. If I am to vote for something, it's great that we have smart panelists. After the first round of our questions, and I think something that is really fascinating to me is to see how different businesses you guys represent, but how the one common denominator for sure is your focus on impact investing and on sustainable business. The second part of our discussion, I would want to focus on private sector mobilization and this famous statement from billions to trillions. I want really ask to touch a little bit if we can see a massive breakthrough in private sector mobilization in middle income countries. And again, Omri, if you are okay, I will start with you. You guys are making investments in emerging markets, in mature markets. What is that you would need to make investments in emerging markets more attractive to you? And do you see any immediate bottlenecks and potential mitigants that could be taken to make investments more attractive and hopefully also cheaper for you? Because we've been talking yesterday a lot about the affordability and the need for cheap capital.
Sure. I like this question because actually I can say that we like emerging markets. We're active across many and also across Africa. It's not scary, and as I said before, there's plenty of capital, there's plenty of investors who are very interested in these markets. So I think it's a bit of a misnomer to say, well, how do we mobilize, from billions to trillions? The trillions exist. So the question, as you say, is how do we channel that into these markets? And I think the question is probably best illustrated with an example that I think was brought up on the previous panel, which is the Elazığ Hospital that we actually built, and it's running well. It was financed by, I think, as the EBRD colleague mentioned, it was financed by a green bond, a green and social bond that benefited from a very innovative sort of financial structure that allowed it to be rated higher than Turkey's sovereign rating and thus attract international investors at affordable rates. That's a good example of a financial structure which attracted capital. But as I sort of sense that there's a lot of discussion over how do we innovate in finance, how do we find those structures that unlock. It's not really that unlocked it. I'll come back to that in a moment. Scaling up finance for development should actually not be very difficult. As I mentioned, the mechanisms, the structures are there. There's plenty of support from the multilaterals. They're all super eager to throw money and throw resources and technical assistance in every direction. And as I mentioned, there's plenty of investors who are hungry for it. In this region, so Eurasia, CIS, I think there's two main challenges which are not unlike other regions around the world, even in some mature, quote-unquote, mature countries. Number one, I think one of the main bottlenecks is the lack of institutional or administrative capacity. So what that means is, do public agencies, do governments, ministries have the right resources? Do they have the right staff? Do they have the right experience? Right, this is a key question I think Agnieszka, you're familiar with, in carrying out and procuring these important projects. It's especially important in infrastructure because it's so impactful, it's so wide-ranging that you really need to think about all these things. Key questions, that people need to ask. First question that we always ask when we engage with government is, number one, have you identified what the public actually needs? Is the hospital you're planning to build needed? Usually governments in this region can do that, but then the question is, do they have the right planners to design and put together projects that actually address those needs. And that's, I think, where there's usually a significant lack in a lot of countries here. They know what they want to build, but they don't know just how to get there. The second major challenge or bottleneck is, particularly in this region, is a lack of focus on the long term. So I mentioned earlier, a lot of people and a lot of governments will say, I really want to build this airport, I really want to build this hospital, I really want to build this highway, and let's just get it open as soon as possible. That might be nice as a sort of a political message, but the short-termism is usually detrimental to the long-term impact. When you're thinking, I mean, if you take a water treatment, for example, a water treatment plant, and you build it, and you have a nice ribbon-cutting ceremony, and it may get a few more votes, the real question for people who use the water treatment facility is it still producing drinking water in 20, 30 years? Mm-hmm. That's the real measure of success. And I think, here in this region, there's often a little bit of a lack of focus on what will the project look like in 20 or 30 years. So I think, if you can solve these two issues, the finance and the innovation and the investors will definitely follow. So to sort of think about, going back to the Elazig example, the reason that project was a success, yes, CBRD and MIGA and the investor community supported it, but the reason that project was a success is because it was well structured to begin with, right? The engineers, the planners, within our side of the business, were working to make sure that the hospital was actually meeting the needs of the community in Elazig. They needed better access to healthcare. They wanted hospital, of this size and not that size, and making sure that it was designed and built in a way that meant that it was going to continue delivering those services over a long term. That's where I think we need to start. And if we can address that, then I think you can start unlocking better projects where investors will naturally follow.
Thank you, Omri. I cannot agree more. So I think you covered pretty much everything as it comes to infrastructure investments. Again, Burcu, coming back to you and your investors. Your anchor investor is from Germany, and clearly you are looking at a different part of the world. I know that you are investing in South America, in Latin America, in Asia, I guess, as well. So yes. So. Again, if we're looking at our part of the world, including Turkey, including CIS, including Eurasia, what do you believe could be done by the government and other shareholders to make these investments, impact investments, more attractive and potentially, again, more cheaper to the impact investors?
I think the cooperation with the governments and with the state-owned institutions is very crucial for the impact investors to be present in these markets and to increase their presence. Because as long as the governments, as long as the states are not motivated, what you do as an impact investor is just limited, or the impact is limited, let me put it that way. For example, just to give an example, as an impact fund, we are very much interested in sustainable agriculture in different parts of the world, and we are developing a lot of projects. But when the government doesn't have a proper agricultural program in place, when you don't have the infrastructure, when you don't have the land registration or the agricultural insurance system or these kind of services that should be also provided by the government, the success or the impact of these kind of investments are also very limited, which is actually also having a negative effect on the private investors as well, because private investors are basically putting their billions and probably maybe trillions in the coming period just for the sake of creating the impact, but you cannot do it all by yourself because this is basically a joint effort. Or in case of, for example, fintechs, we are also trying to support the financial technologies because we see that as the feature of empowering some disadvantaged groups, but also increasing the level of impact as well. But if you don't have the ecosystem where these companies could be established, could progress, and could continue to be invested, then yeah, the impact is very limited. You're doing something as an impact investing by yourself, But what you can have as an end result, in the short run, maybe you have something, but in the long term, as my colleague has mentioned, it's not sustainable. So something doesn't work out. So from that perspective, I think the working very closely with the governments is very important, and with the central banks, and also with other state institutions, state-related institutions. Basically, that's what we are trying to do as well. So when we enter a market, wherever it is, all around the world, but I mean, today our discussion is more about Turkey and about the SEE. If we are starting and kicking off a project, we always want to have the governments or the central banks or state-owned institutions as our key stakeholders or as our key partners as well. We are in very close dialogue with the central banks. So whatever we want to achieve as a long-term impact in these countries, we want to make sure that they're also basically supporting our projects. We are doing technical assistance projects, providing technical assistance also to the central banks from that perspective, either to develop the fintech ecosystem, either to increase the financial inclusion, to support disadvantaged groups, empowerment of youth, empowerment of women, or to start to create an ecosystem where the startups could also become investable, not only from an equity perspective, but also from a debt perspective, meaning that the financial institutions should also take a role in that area as well. So yes, I think without the understanding from the governments, from the central bank, that they are a very much a crucial part of this whole puzzle, I think creating an impact and attracting more investors, whether it's the state or public money or whether it's the private money, I don't differentiate. It's going to be a lot more difficult. And maybe just to add on top of that, specifically regarding the financial sector, because we are investing mostly through the financial institutions, especially through microfinance institutions, which we see as very crucial still in the whole region in terms of creating impact-driven investments through smaller institutions. I think the regulation of the system, the regulation of the sector is very important. Sure. So this is something that the central banks should be taking very seriously. We see a significant improvement, especially in the last 10 to 15 years. It's not only the regulation of these institutions financially regarding their capitalization, regarding their profitability and so on, but also regarding basically the management of these institutions from a governance perspective, from ownership perspective, from management perspective. These are also very important for us because we can outreach to these, like companies or projects, whether it's the infrastructure project or other projects, as external investors. But I think the easiest and the most efficient way to create the impact and to outreach to those people in these countries and to those projects are basically through the local financial institutions. Sure. So if the local financial system is strong, if it's sustainable, if the financial system understands itself what sustainable development goals are, then this is where we will actually make a difference, so that we can basically work through the local financial system, but also work as the international investors to finance infrastructure projects, but also to finance startups, to finance, I don't know, like agricultural projects or other things. So I think this is a very joint event to develop the whole ecosystem and the investments coming for the impact purposes.
Thank you, Burcu. I think something that definitely came to my attention was this sustainable and inclusive ecosystem that is needed, and all parties have a role to play. Cem, now coming back to you and your experience in Turkey, which is clearly very positive and successful, how do you see the future of venture impact investments, especially in medium-income countries? Do you really believe that this notion of from billions to trillions is something realistic?
Yes. First of all, I think the effect of the new economy, which we can define it by businesses backed by technology and innovation and disruption, the effect of the new economy in the development, actually the marginal effect of the new economy in the development is higher than, I believe, other development investment areas. So we believe that, and the governments are slow to realize this fact, but they started to include interesting areas to support, especially it starts with entrepreneurship, putting money into the venture capital, etc. But impact angle is lately being added. But you know who is slower than the governments is the development financial institutions itself. They have even hard times to combine the impact investing with the new economy investment, so-called venture capital. I mean, I've been observing those problems in IFC, in EIF, in EBRD, in Proparco, in FMO, but lately, I can give the years, but just within this year, most of these names has started to adopt venture capital investment within their private direct investment strategies. And some of them lately started to add impact angle into this and combine. I believe that since the marginal effect in the development is higher, that investment flow will be higher. Coming back to my experience in Turkey, our government realized that the entrepreneurship and venture capital sector should be enlarged. So they initiated a program last year, a two-folded program where at one side TÜBİTAK, the Turkish Science and Technology Development Agency, Research and Development Agency, and at the other side Treasury, created a venture capital investment funding program for the fund managers like us. And they TÜBİTAK convinced universities, created a grant mechanism to let them to be the investors into the venture capital funds. And last year, and we chased after many universities with other GPs like us, with other venture capitalists. And in Turkey, we were the only fund manager who had an impact investment strategy. So what happened? 10 fund managers has been chosen by 23 universities in Turkey. 11 of those universities has chosen us. And for example, one was Elazığ Technopark, which is owned by Elazığ University, and they have a medical school. So these 11 universities commercially looked at other funds and have chosen us. So that makes a sense for, in terms of the impact investment, return and impact can make sense. And now Turkish Treasury is becoming a direct investor into our fund, and that story is now becoming a compelling story for other private players. So telco companies, energy companies, utility companies now are discussing with us to become investors, as like the other funds and DFIs. So it's a snowball effect, and it's a growing market, not only for us, but we are observing the similar scenarios in India, in South Africa, in Brazil, so it's a growing area.
Great to hear. Amreya.
Because I want to pick up on something that Jem and Burcu both said. This idea of, SDG 17 partnerships is critical, especially in this region, emerging markets. I think one area, because I've been hearing this question from others, one area where organizations like the UNDP, the multilateral institutions can really help is encouraging governments to engage more with private sector to develop these types of partnerships. I think it's a great example, but it's also something that will be needed to not only deliver, infrastructure in my world, but, innovative schemes in new businesses, in education, in healthcare, definitely on the financing, in the financing world. I think this is an area where, it's been picked up in Davos and other forums, but, how do we build and how do we encourage public sector to really invest its resources in partnerships and leveraging its own ability to deliver public services in any sector through these types of partnerships with the private sector. I think this is one area where more attention, more resources should be directed.
Yeah, I think in our discussions the importance of SDG 70s and partnerships cannot be underestimated. It's everything that you're talking about is exactly about how to make sure that everyone feels responsible and everyone pitches in. So finally, Rafayel, the question to you about access to finance. What we as a community, international community, local partners, local financial institutions could do to promote more companies like yourselves, the nimble companies, innovative companies that are pushing the sustainable agenda forward. Do you believe that there is like access to finance is a real problem for the companies like yourselves? And hearing what you have heard from our panelists, what else you believe could be done to make this access to finance easier for you?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I don't think it's the biggest problem is in finance, first of all. But of course it can, I mean...
It's good to hear.
Yeah, if you have got a very good product and valuable, something that can give a very good impact and value for the customers, in our case students and people who are in the education and they want to learn something for the future. So then it can, I mean, you will be able to penetrate that. So it will be sold, it will be at the end delivered. But there is a very big, I would say, but, which is basically to scale that with the speed that we want and to make it really available to everyone is almost impossible if you just, without having any external financing. So if we go with the routine way, with the way that we are now selling it, which is the B2B, selling like business to business, selling to the universities, sometimes through some funds, through some tendering, and maybe even engaging Ministry of Education. But in that way, it cannot scale much. But if somehow supported by organizations like UNDP, like World Bank, like other bigger financial institutions, I think it can be possible to start promoting that through the governments, like transformation from B2B to B2G. That's something that can help for smaller organizations like us to penetrate an interesting and valuable product to a bigger audience. And the challenge there, it's not only the financial side, the money, but it's more on making it easier and accessible, the mechanism how to deal with governments. Many times the bureaucracy, the paperwork and the process of being engaged, like working with government, for the company of size like several tens of people, it's almost impossible. Like you need to have many people working to just make that happen. Not on the technical, not on the development side of the product, but on the technical side of organizing that. So probably just to summarize, of course we're looking for some investment for the future scaling of the product, and changing the business model from B2B to B2G. That's probably what we're looking at.
That's really an interesting insight, because most of the time when we're having these discussions is about money, and this gap is there, but it's really good to hear that being an innovative company, you even more than for money, you're looking for this access to market, and this is where the government has the role to play. Thank you so much, guys. I know that we're standing between yourself and lunch. So we have a couple of minutes left. If you want to ask some questions or make some comments, now is the time. So I will pause here for a while to see if there is any questions or comments to make. I don't see any, which is nothing unusual given that it's a lunch break in front of us. If you are okay, I will summarize our panel. I think it was quite an amazing insights from different sides of tables here. with some very, very clear insight about the market, about how your investors and your companies are looking at impact investments. What I've heard is that there is really no shortage of money, and even there is lots of appetite for impact investing among the investors. It's really great to hear that you saying then most time than not, the investors are asking right now, firstly, about the impact and only then about the returns, and they are looking for long-term and stable returns. That is what we qualify and defined as high-quality money. And I've heard a lot about the role of SDG 17 partnerships. There was the discussion about the PPPs, and I think what was really great to hear here is that it's not only about the project level, but also on more systemic level, like what you, Burjo, was talking about. It's great to hear that there is like increasing awareness of financial investors to invest in sustainable development, also in emerging and middle income countries. One of the statements that went through our discussions was around the role of technical support both to investors and to beneficiaries. And I think what you, Raphael, was referring to about SDG 4 and role of education, skilled HR, and also I've heard something about technology literacy. So actually for us to be really able to harness all this disruption, we need to have enough quality education and skills. I think lots has been said about the problems that are quite characteristic for our region, but not only, which is around lack of institutional capacities, from public sector to bring together valuable projects, and also sometimes with short-termism, so the decisions being driven rather by political agenda than the real long-term impact. And finally, what I think was like one of the most pervasive messages that we had here, which is very much in line what Achim Steiner was also referring to yesterday, was the need for smart public policy. This is what he said, that actually if we really want to do things differently, we need to have different, smarter public policy. And I would conclude that lots of our discussion was around the dialogue, around the impact investments between the governments, between the SOEs and the investors universe, to create really a consistent ecosystem that people will be able to have a real impact on the investments in the long term. And I think the final point about what the SMEs, innovative companies are looking for, and I think it was both from you, Jem, and from you, Raphael, was this access to market. And I've heard about the access to global market, that actually most of the solutions, especially disruptive solutions, are not only to be done in one specific country, but they can be used pretty much around the world, and this is how we can make the impact. And actually, if we really think about having a great impact on the countries and the citizens, there needs also to be less of a red tape and more willingness from the public sector as well to adopt and to attract this innovation and disruption in the market and to drive long-term sustainability. So I think this is what I've heard. In my opinion, it was a very informative panel, and thank you so much for sharing your insight with us. I would want you to join me with thanking our fantastic panelists in sharing their insight, and thank you so much for paying attention to our panel.
Agnieszka, thank you very much for a great panel. All right, like she said, it's time for lunch. This brings us to the end of the morning session. Time for lunch. Let's actually regroup back here before 2 o'clock. We have some important things we need to take care of before we call it the end of the day. Lunchtime could also mean another opportunity to actually approach Ben Slay if you're still interested in taking part in our popular partners forum. So if you're a partner organization or an individual who's interested in talking about financing sustainable development, Ben Slay is your man. We still have a couple of spots open. Thank you. Afiyet olsun, and we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock sharp.
Argentina, Buenos Aires. Argentina, Buenos Aires, en el puerto de Santa María del Guanay. Argentina, Buenos Aires.
lied to you that you should not believe me now. I knew that I was dancing in the face of impending catastrophe. I don't believe in this love anymore, but I long for it just the same. Like hoodwinked believers who still make offerings, the kisses and caresses I gave to others, or all the gold I stole from us.
Cuando te fuiste me dijiste, no podemos ser felices. Amanecí cansada y triste. Gira mi vida el amor y esta nuestra historia. Solo nuestra fe no volverá.
They say the eyes are windows on the soul. Don't close yours, that hurts, my dear. We despise what we have built. We made our love a potlatch ceremony. Who gave more? Who took less? There is no death in a game of chess. Just a wounded queen and an injured king who have lost their dreams.
Hoy que la suerte quiere que te vuelva a ver bajo el hechizo de otra mujer. Creo que voy a enloquecer.
Buenos Aires. Argentina. Buenos Aires. En el puerto de Santa María del Guanay. Argentina. Buenos Aires.
This region has developed rapidly, but the challenges are daunting.
Inequalities are growing, jobs are scarce, gender disparities persist.
There are multiple threats: climate change, migration, frozen conflicts.
We are here to help all countries and territories in our region to achieve the global goals by 2030.
That means countries growing strongly
and healthy and open societies.
Without destroying the water, the air, the soil.
That makes us so proud.
We're 150 experts with a foot on the ground.
Our network connects with governments, business, and innovators
to find solutions that work. We support countries so they can mobilize funds.
We help them to deliver for their people
and the generations that follow.
We are the Istanbul Regional Hub.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
So, what's the plan?
What's your plan?
What's the plan?
What's the plan?
What's your plan?
What's your plan of action?
Plan.
What's the plan?
So, what is the plan?
Wait, I have a plan.
I have a plan.
I have a plan.
That's the plan.
I have a plan here.
I got a goddamn plan!
This plan's gonna work. Master Plan, Phase 1, Side A.
Everything about your plan. planning.
What's it say?
It says, I love it when a plan comes together.
Well, it's good to see some familiar faces there, at least in the first video. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Welcome back. It's good to have you back in the room as we enter the final stretch of this year's Istanbul Development Dialogue. So what's next? Well, we're going to be listening to how new financing mechanisms can lead to new opportunities. We had a guest who wrapped up the day yesterday, Sean Kidney. He's going to be part of this panel, but moderating, it's his show. It's Mustafa Baltacı. He's the founder and CEO of FinTech Park here in Istanbul. So Mustafa, I know that you have a diverse group of friends. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and welcome back after the lunch. And can I have also my great, terrific panelists on the floor, please? Sean, Tej, Anna, Rom. So while you are doing that, so the main theme of the panel is about financing the development growth in new, innovative ways. So this is, this is a very hot topic, and we have been discussing it in a multitude of venues here and there. And it is basically at the core of how we define finance as well as financing, right? So finance is not a new thing. It is a very old animal. So even though I find it quite critical, the whole financial services industry in a way, so it is nothing but a conduit in a way. It is the fluid in terms of making the wheels turn in the business world. It is how we make the transactions. It is how we do the business in our daily lives. So, but in a way, we need to reinvent the finance as well as the ways we sort of define it and we deliver it. So I think this is one of the compartments in terms of this panel discussions about new technologies, innovative ways of doing, financial transactions as well as businesses, as well as sort of financing the development and growth towards new instruments, new products and solutions. So, so this is the core of the discussion. So we have 4 great speakers on the panel. As a matter of fact, they are practitioners, each of them. So I think this is what brings the highest value to the content as well as this, to the substance of this panel. So speaking of which, we have Sean Kidney from London. So he's the CEO and co-founder of Climate Bonds Initiative, London. And you already know him from yesterday and through various discussions. And Rom Aviv, he is next to me right here. He's from Tel Aviv, and he's a co-founder and managing partner of ILS. So Tej Dami. So she is the managing director and founder of the Change Coefficient. She's from London, the UK. And Anna Mai, hope I am right. So she's the fintech leader of PricewaterhouseCoopers from Poland. So let us start with Sean. Sean, I mean, these green bonds, it is another, sort of buzzword in a way. So how do you define it? Why is it so important? So how do you think that it is permeating to the development discussion in the region that we are operating with?
Whether you call them green, purple, or brown bonds, the naming doesn't count. What counts is that capital is flowing to investments that are going to create a future for our children. That's what it's about. That's what counts. When we look at bonds that are around, we can find lots of bonds in the region that could be called green if someone wanted to do the labelling. And that's fine. We put out a report each year of HSBC identifying those bonds and putting them. So, for example, railway bonds from around the region are already listed in that climate-aligned universe of bonds. That's the first point. What the story really is about is how we achieve our policy objectives and how we achieve, or how we deliver a response to the species-defying threat that we currently face. That's one. However, what we find is that investors really like some rule sets around reporting, around product naming. Mm-hmm. Some of you will have bought fair trade coffee in your time. Similar principle, a stamp or a label makes it easier. It's a friction reduction device. So for many investors, they like the fact that there are some reporting and transparency rules that are codified, that they can trust. They like the fact that there's someone looking at whether the kinds of investments actually do what says on the tin, and so on and so on. And that, therefore, you get a thematic market. That's all it is. It's a thematic market that gets enough support from investors that when we get liquidity in different currencies, we get price depression. So in euros, renminbi, and US dollars now, in this green bond market, which is roughly about $600 billion globally and growing, we see secondary market performance being very strong. Green bonds, when you see a correction, hold their value. Other bonds go whoosh, whoosh like that. Now, for a bond investor, that is gold dust, because most bond issuers, or bond investors, I should say, are first and foremost worried about capital retention. Yield is secondary. Larry Fink says he didn't make money giving yield to clients of BlackRock. He made money making sure they didn't lose their money. So that's point one. But you also see a flow-on effect now in liquid currencies. You see investors, or rather, you see issuers reporting what's called a halo effect. So their bonds price cheaper, their other bonds price cheaper as well. That is, the green bond comes out, then suddenly all their other yields in the secondary market start going down a bit. This is very exciting for a treasury, as you can imagine. And then you get this other halo effect. For corporates, we're now seeing stock price bounces. So green bond comes out, stock price goes up, it stays up. Now, these are beautiful numbers and figures to have if you're in the market. But they've got to be in liquid currencies. It's hard if you're issuing in a domestic currency. With some exceptions, we are seeing some currencies, Indian rupees for example, appetite in the European market for what's called masala bonds. And when NTPC did one of these a couple of years ago, they also got a great price benefit. So because of this labelling, because there's a rule set, because the thematic market meets one of the big concerns growing amongst investors, which is that our future is challenged and we need to take environmental steps to change it, this market is working and it's growing. And last week we saw the Dutch government issue a AAA sovereign green bond, and they went looking for 4.5 billion euros and they got 21 billion euros of orders. That's pretty good. That's a high level of oversubscription. And as you can imagine, they squeezed the price as a result, even on a AAA bond. So the opportunity for the region in this is how can we first tap those liquid currency markets? Is it possible to handle the foreign exchange risk? If you're in Turkey, no way, Jose. But in other countries, it's a bit different. So Kosovo can, because it's linked to the euro. We have this ready appetite in some markets. The next thing is, can we use this theme to grow appetite for local currency bonds? The answer is yes, we do see that now. There is scope to do that. And can we start developing local markets as well? And there is an opportunity in some markets where we have investors concerned about these issues to start doing that as a flow-on. So, you know, in Kazakhstan, we have a government policy to try and grow green finance. We have various people trying to develop it. We have Bidirect looking at doing a green bond, internationally first, then domestically. That's how you get markets going. But that's the background to it. You know, it's a fantastic story. You know, there's this great myth in investment circles, which kind of got busted in 2008, which is decision-making is rational. It's not entirely rational. People don't look at the numbers of a particular bond. It is rational in a broader sense. People worry about things. They worry about what the future's going to look like and what that might mean to the risk profile of their investments. A lot of them worry about climate change. They worry about sustainability. They worry about the poor. And for those people, about $21 trillion globally is in that particular market, by the way, for those people, this is a fantastic solution. It's not just green bonds, it's now green equities that are coming in. It's all sorts of other things. Now, we can talk a lot about how to grow this, but let me just leave that as the pot of gold for the moment.
So it might be a bit of a technical discussion when it comes to the liquidity. It's quite interesting that you brought that up because issuing a security is one of the steps and listing it another, but making sure that there is trading going on with that, it is a big challenge, right? It is a very common sort of symptom and challenge for the asset-based securities in the financial services industry. So how do you think that it is relevant to the green bonds in terms of having this secondary market which is quite vivid?
Look, secondary market's a price discovery tool. I mean, the bulk of investors here are buy and hold, which is one of the reasons you've got relatively thin trading. Insurance companies that hold a bond for 20 years. But we need secondary markets so that people can value and they can offload. So if you retire next week, then an insurance company is going to have to wipe out their portfolio to pay your insurance funds. They need to be able to sell, and that's why you need a secondary market. So you used to work at the stock exchange. That's about creating a secondary market from my perspective. We need it in all markets. When you're issuing, it's better to do it. But that doesn't mean that's a dependency. It is entirely possible to do stuff where there isn't a local secondary market and issuance. Now, you can issue in international markets. And one of the things we're going into, We're going into a phase where markets are going to be transformed. Some of our other speakers will talk about the role of fintech here. They're going to be transformed. We will have greater access to these now. We already see in the retail side the growth of exchanges and a growing potential for individuals to access investments. There are dentists in Astana too who need to be able to make some investments. Those dentists, or young millennials more likely, are also concerned about climate change. They may have an opportunity to put their money in these sorts of issues. In green finance in China last year, Alipay, year before last, Alipay rolled out a carbon tracker on their Alipay service where you could join, it would track your carbon credits, and you would get, they would plant trees if you got to certain sort of points, and you could trade credits. Simple, little game. But this is used by 600 million people in China. Within 3 months, in a country where everyone I spoke to said people don't care about climate change or carbon, they only care about air pollution, 200 million people signed up. Now, you're thinking, whoa, is that evidence of a potential customer demand for green financial products? I don't know, I think it's a reasonable hunch. And the green bond plays straight into that. We now have green retail products in Australia, in South Africa, in India. When Yes Bank announced the green deposit scheme, which looks like it smells and looks like a green bond, they raised $1 billion in 3 months in India. This is a country where everyone says, oh, they don't care about the environment. It's not true. And so that becomes the next stage of development for this. Make it available for everyone. So even if you don't have a liquid secondary market in bonds, then have a look at the retail products. Have a look at how you tap domestic capital using this particular theme. Because the truth is, there's a lot more signs we've got to start worrying about our environment, and a lot more people are concerned about it. And this is something you can do.
Sure. So speaking of the participation from the market, there's also a bit of a role with the governments, with the regulators, decision makers. So how do you see it?
You don't need governments to start this market, but it's a lot easier if the governments are supportive. We can get a market going with the current availability of assets, but we're reaching in many markets a ceiling of things that can be financed at green finance. The problem at the moment is a lack of product. We can't get enough green bonds in the market, and this will apply to SDG bonds as soon as we can get that theme bedded down and worked out over the next year. We have the investors. We simply need a product. Where's that going to come from? It's not going to come from a small business in Romania. It's going to come from governments and government policies. It's going to come around urban development policies, how to make sure we choose sustainability over the crap we've been doing for 100 years, for example. It's going to involve the agricultural policies and the kind of subsidies and regulations we have. Whenever I'm in Brazil, I say their biggest market's China now. China wants clean food. It buys from New Zealand before it buys from Guangdong, because of the experiences they've had. Every country in the world needs to be aware of this. Get rid of the pesticides, allow the bees to come back. These kinds of approaches to agriculture and land use, which is sustainable, are actually also important for exports now, and it's green finance. You can get green finance for it. Government has to push these issues. The Department of Agriculture has to change its policy. Transport has to change its policy. More rail, less freeways. Housing needs to change its policy. Every single public housing has to be to a high level of energy efficiency. In Europe, we're forced to do this by European Commission regulation, but we haven't tackled this in Ukraine or Belarus or other countries yet, and so on. Do you see what I mean? And out of all of this, you get a lot of opportunities for green finance, and our investors will get something to invest in. So that's what government has to do. The attraction for government is they don't need to finance all their public policy objectives with taxpayer money. That if you do this, this is effectively green PPA, green public-private partnerships, different forms. You can raise the money from the private sector. And we kind of have to, because what we've got to do in the next 30 years, this is the biggest wave of investment in the history of humanity that we're about to experience. The government balance sheets can't do it. The bank balance sheets can't do it. We have to do everything we can to tap the private capital pools that are there, pension funds, insurance funds, and debtors in Astana. We need to tap all of those.
So
we need to look at government doing the credit enhancement and the minimal regulation required to make the money flow, rather than try to finance it the old way.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And let us jump to Rome. And Rome, why don't you start by introducing yourself very briefly, and we'll go on.
Hello?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. I run an asset management firm and an advisory boutique in Tel Aviv focused on alternative investments and in particular on catastrophe bonds. So catastrophe bonds is a sector in financial markets focused on the insurance space, combining methodologies from capital markets, enabling investors gain the exposure to mainly natural disaster risks, and on the other hand, those who are interested to hedge, that is governments, insurers, reinsurers, corporates, to transfer this risk to capital market investors who are compensated by some fixed coupon. So therefore, those instruments are called catastrophe bonds.
So can you please dwell on that? What is really catastrophe fund, and what are the underpinnings behind that, and why there is this relevance to the insurance industry?
Absolutely. So going back 25 years ago to Hurricane Andrew that hit Florida, what happened back then is that the reinsurance capacity disappeared for a while and pricing has become very substantial. So essentially we had a situation where insurance companies and those who are exposed to natural disaster risks were not able just to find the proper reinsurance, that is a way to transfer risk. And what happened is that banks came and said, why don't we involve capital markets? There's much more capacity in the capital markets than in the insurance and the reinsurance space. And they've established a financial instrument called the catastrophe bond, essentially enabling investors interacting directly with those who are interested to hedge their natural disaster risks, transferring those risks to investors and offloading and mitigating those risks from the other side of this equation. These days, the size of the market is about $100 billion US. Most of the capital is coming from real money, so pension funds, insurers, endowments, and essentially those who are interested to get exposure to uncorrelated risks on the one hand, and on the other hand, offer some protection to those who are in need of this protection. So the typical example of a catastrophe bond in the context of this forum, I think, would be catastrophe bonds issued by governments. For example, the government of Mexico, Peru, Chile, Colombia issued a bond offering to them protection against earthquake risks. And very sadly, one bond has very recently triggered, actually, or is very likely to be triggered due to an earthquake that occurred yesterday in Peru. So the way they work is very simple. Essentially, a certain predefined risk or a certain predefined set of risks are defined, like earthquakes, hurricanes, floods, etc. And if those risks materialize during the course of the life of the transaction, the issuer of the bond is getting the proceeds of the issuance. If nothing happens, i.e. if, let's say, during the course of 3 years there are no any hurricanes, no any earthquakes, the investors would get back their invested capital plus predefined coupons or premiums on this. So essentially, catastrophe bonds are utilized by those corporates, insurers, reinsurers, or governments who are very much exposed to natural disaster risks and need additional funding or need additional solutions to mitigate those risks. And the reason why pension funds and other money managers and those who are responsible for providing returns to the ultimate, the end investors are interested in this asset class has to do with the uncorrelated nature of these investments. Essentially, financial disasters or financial crises will never trigger a hurricane or an earthquake. Hence, the correlation of those instruments to mainstream markets is very minimal, making those investments very much attractive.
Can you please share some of the numbers in terms of the market towards catastrophe bonds that have been issued so far?
Yeah, absolutely. So at the moment, there are about $100 billion of outstanding issuances of catastrophe bonds. The average return of a catastrophe bond would be roughly 5 to 6%. Many of the sponsors are insurers, but also, as I've mentioned, governments are involved. The asset class is really increasing because A, there is supply, and B, there is demand. On the supply side, many of those who are exposed to natural catastrophe risks are employing this instrument as alternative to traditional reinsurance. There are a lot of advantages to catastrophe bonds comparing to traditional reinsurance. Typically, the investments are funded, i.e. the collateral that is going to be used in case of a catastrophe is being held in a trust account and can be easily withdrawn by the issuer in case that the catastrophe occurs. On the other hand, there's a lot of institutional money interested and exposed to the space. Just to give you an example, a Dutch pension fund, one of the largest Dutch pension funds called PGGM, just allocated or has been allocating around $4 billion only to this asset class. And in the context of impact or social investments, definitely this is a great candidate to tick all the boxes, because essentially insurance is about helping, and especially catastrophe insurance is definitely a segment relevant in terms of its help to mitigate financial risks associated with very extreme events. So that's another angle that is commonly used when allocating to those asset classes. So many people are just attracted to this asset class because of the impact investing angle, and then also the risk-reward characteristics, which are one can claim in some cases are secondary to the first objective.
So I'm just trying to picture the whole instrument sort of in a way that so we can better understand it. So Turkey, the country we are at the moment, so it is prone to earthquakes, right, in many places. So let us try to assume that there is this insurance company which is quite interested in that, and as well as a number of investors are there ready to sort of purchase the instrument. How does it work? How does the process work? Very briefly, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I'm happy to say that Turkey is actually involved in this space. The Turkish catastrophe insurance pool issued to date around $600 million of catastrophe bonds, protecting the pool from severe earthquake events. The process would be quite straightforward. The interested party would create a special vehicle that would essentially interact directly with the investors. This vehicle would offer a reinsurance contract to the hedger, the interested party in this, and at the same time would issue a bond. The money to support the issuance would come from international investors, including the pension funds I've just mentioned, and this money will be sitting in a trust account. If an earthquake would happen, the money would be basically wired or withdrawn by the issuer and used to pay claims or other purposes.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Tej. So another quite interesting product, social impact bonds. Can you please tell us what that really is?
Misleading, because they're not bonds in the sense of that we were just talking about. Conceptually, they're very simple. Historically, a commissioner, so someone like a local authority in the UK, would pay for services based on the activity. So if we think about ending homelessness, in the past someone would pay an organization to work with people who are sleeping rough. Today, with a social impact bond, instead of paying for that activity, you pay for the outcome. So you only pay the service provider when those people are taken off the street and when they're sustaining housing. So it's very, very, very conceptually simple. It's not paying for the activity, it's paying for the outcome. And again, I want to reiterate something that Sean said. We get quite hung up on instruments, but it's not about instruments. It's about what they can achieve and why you're using the instrument. So the really important thing is, why would you use a social impact bond? There's three reasons that were sort of touted at the beginning. The first is reduced risk, because the risk is now shared by the commissioner the delivery provider, but also the new third party, the investor, who is paying for the service delivery upfront until the outcomes are achieved. So you get a much better spread of risk. The second thing was innovation, because you're now saying to people, we want you to achieve this goal, but we're not going to tell you how to achieve this goal. So you can be much more responsive to the people you're providing the service to. And the third thing that's super important that we sort of haven't explicitly touched on in this panel, but is incredibly important, we have to move towards prevention. Demand is only going to increase over the next 10, 20, 30 years. Climate change and the lack of public goods across the world are creating such significant demand and ruining lives across the world. So we have to move to prevention. That's often hard. You know, in the UK, local government budgets have been cut by 50%. You've got massive immediate demand. So how do you say, you know, hold on, I can't address that, but I'm going to prevent something that's going to happen 3 years down the line? It's a very, very tricky budgetary challenge. And that's what social impact bonds also helped address, because they said we'll only pay once we prevent those cost savings in the future, and the investor's going to take part of that risk up front. So really what we want to focus on is those three things. The other thing that I want to say about social impact bonds is, with the significant challenges we're facing, we need a new economic model. So what we need to move away is this very, very transactional way of working to a much more relational way of working. And social impact bonds, when they've worked really well, have allowed you to do that. So if I take the example of someone who's sleeping rough, if you have a very transactional approach, you say, this is someone who is homeless, the transaction is to give them a house, right? I've ended their homelessness, it's all done. But that is not the point, because most people who are sleeping rough have multiple complex needs. And even if you give them that house today, they cannot sustain that housing. So if you move from a transactional to a relational basis with that person, you start to understand their real needs, and you create a solution that is much, much longer lasting. And impact is much cheaper when it's sustained. Right? That is incredibly important. So sustainability of impact, not just what you achieve today, but what is sustained 2, 3, 5 years down the line, that's when you can amortize the cost of it, and it's super effective and drives much higher social outcomes. The second part is the relationship between the three providers. So the commissioner, the delivery provider, and the investor. You bring in new expertise and you're working in a new way that creates better and stronger innovations, and that's incredibly important. And I just want to be clear, we get afraid, and we talk a lot about data and kind of, you know, accountability. And accountability is incredibly important, and I'm not arguing for a reduction in accountability, but tell me, what is more accountable? If someone is working on a solution and they discover there might be a problem and they come and talk to you as a partner today, or if they wait a week, 6 months, a year to come and fulfill their contractual obligations to tell you what's going on? Which one is more accountable? And I think that's what we need to move to, that relational kind of constant interaction that is addressing the ever-evolving challenges that we face. And social impact bonds are a way of doing that, as long as we don't get hung up on they must take a particular form.
So at the change coefficient, how do you guys get involved in it?
So we help design social impact bonds. The other thing that we do, and Sean mentioned this earlier, is that whenever we talk about impact investing and, you know, pulling in money from the private sector, we say that, you know, this is all a result of austerity, right? And the budget pressures everyone faces. And so we automatically jump. The solution is money. If we get money, we can fix everything. The problem is, and we've seen this for the last 2 decades, the money has to have somewhere to go, right? That is the real problem. We have plenty of people. If you give me an investment option tomorrow that is going to make me money and make me feel good because I'm helping someone, would anyone in this room say no to that? Would everyone in the room say yes to it? Hands up if you would say yes to that.
It's making me money as well.
Right, yeah, it is. No risk. Money, and feeling good. Wow, okay, I think this is the post-lunch sleepiness. But I'm going to take that as unanimous. Everyone, you guys, you saw that. That was unanimous. So I mean, you would, right? If you could put money in, there's no risk, and you're helping people, you would. The problem is we don't have enough investments at scale to be able to deploy that money. So one of the big things that the change coefficient that we say and we do is we have to focus on the demand side. And that's at 2 levels. One is at that sort of central government, the policy and the corporate level. But the other thing that's super important is that we need to find a way of, you know, what we call the middle up and the middle down. So, you know, there's great stuff at a very high level and, you know, great infrastructure stuff, but sometimes we're losing some of the great innovations on the ground that could really address some of these problems. So recently, I was involved in a network that was looking at prevention of the refugee crisis, but through climate, you know, to address some of the climate change challenges. And there were two really local, rural Kenyan social enterprises, very, very small ones. Both of them had working with drought-resistant crops to address the problem of famine during drought. And these are innovations that are remarkable, that could have massive, massive applications. So, you know, while we have to focus at that senior level and that kind of government and corporate level, we mustn't lose those innovations. It's about how we scale and combine the two to create this new collaborative economy. That's the only way we're going to address the problems at scale.
So, speaking of this, how does the financial innovation come into the play? Can you please explain the mechanism, the whole machinery behind that?
Yes, so with a social impact bond, I slightly got off topic, sorry I do that. With the social impact bond, the investment is that where you're now paying for the outcomes rather than the activity, the investor funds the activity until you achieve the outcomes. But again, I don't want to get hung up on this is about it. Bringing in investment capital, because social impact bonds aren't necessarily about that. So we've worked with delivery providers who have funded that working capital. We've also worked with local governments who are the commissioners who said, actually, why are we giving money away to an investor? We've got a good capital budget. We'll be the commissioner and the investor, right? So it's not always about bringing in external capital. Sometimes it is, but in social impact bonds, not necessarily.
So, thank you very much, but I'm sure that there's this, you know, market for the social impact bonds. So what is the size of that?
It's not very big yet. So you know, I talk about focusing on the problem. One of the reasons that we focus on the instrument is, you know, as Sean said, you need markets, right? You need scale and you need solutions that are replicable. And we are very, very early on in the process. And part of the challenge and the reason we're very early on in the process is data. And I think it's been mentioned a few times over the course of the last few days. We really need good data on the cohorts that we're working with, on the cost of delivering services to them, to be able to create the payments and kind of price what the outcomes should be paid at. And we're still not quite, you know, institutionalized in that way. So there isn't kind of a bunch of term sheets that tomorrow we could take out and say, here is a ready term sheet that investors could fund. But that's the goal. That is the goal. And there's some really, you know, in Finland, they're doing great work towards that, and so is the UK.
So, aside from the UK, and what would be the other countries that are active in?
So Finland, through Sintra, have done some excellent work. One of their big ones that they're launching now is a refugee bond. And what's great about Sintra is they've integrated into the mechanism and the machinery of government. So they've got really good data centrally that's helping, you know, drive the success of those bonds.
Okay.
So it's really about those relationships. That's the key thing.
Thank you. So Anna, why don't you start by introducing yourself? We all know, you know, what PricewaterhouseCoopers is, but perhaps you can explain who you are.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anna Mai, and I'm a fintech leader at PwC, and I won't be talking about PwC, but let me introduce myself. Besides my role at PwC, I'm sitting also at the advisory board of FinClude, which is a non-profit organization dealing with financial inclusion. I'm also a fintech expert at European Commission, European Agency for SMEs, SME Instrument, which is a vehicle financing innovative solutions across Europe. And I'm also an advisor to Ashoka.
Okay, so fintech is another, you know, buzzword, right? So there are many underpinnings behind that, and we discuss about, I mean, well, when it comes to social impact, you know, SDGs and many other things, when it comes to the development discussion, I guess we can speak about the financial inclusion, access to financial services, as well as some microfinancing lending activities, including crowdfunding, you know, peer-to-peer lending. It goes like this. There's a long list. What is really going on? Can you please give us a brief, you know, outlook of the fintech industry overall?
Okay, you said that fintech is a buzzword. It's just a word to name some, phenomenon. Of course, it's not that new because I've been in payments for 20 years and innovations in payments and financial services. And even before the fintech description or term was coined, we were dealing with technologies. The technology was slightly different. And of course, if you just have this very narrow perspective, when you call fintech as a technology that is our underlying, changes in the innovations in finance or financial innovation, so then you can deal with the technology. But what I like really is not focus on the new companies that are entering this sector, but just the broader perspective when we call the entire sector is fintech. And we look beyond technologies, because technology, this is a very limited view. And then if you look, of course, I'm dealing with payments, with open banking, with AI, artificial intelligence, with voice assistants and chatbots and all these, solutions that you mentioned. But what I would like to bring to the table, and I can't agree more with, just Tash and Sean speaking about, new financial instruments that I'm not dealing with, is, like the new perspective and what we need to really make use of the technology and innovation. So first of all, we need, scaling technologies, products, services in terms of fintech. So I used to say always, and I really support this, if you're a fintech company, especially if you're a newcomer, and this applies to financial inclusion, this applies to SDGs as well. If you found a niche, a market niche, it should be a global one. So that's the first thing. So you have to scale technologies and you should scale capabilities. Another thing is about, just working together. I'm dealing with fintech corporate partnerships a lot, not only with fintech startups, although we have like a PwC Scale-Up Hub, and this is not only limited to C, it goes beyond, C. So we are just dealing with new innovative solutions across Europe. But I'm dealing a lot with bank and other corporate fintech partnerships. And then, just it's about creating an ecosystem of not only corporate clients, not newcomers, fintechs, but also policymakers, governments, academias, all the value chain creators and all the value chain players that are involved in this game. So we should create like a collaborative, inclusive ecosystem. And I think I'm already taken, just from the previous panel as well. And so this is the idea standing behind that. And last and not least is the social change, or even not a change, but the transformation, of course. This is a process, this is a journey, digital journey. And of course, just what fintech brings to the table. And if we are talking about the fintech inclusion, but not only, of course, and financial inclusion. So these are the changes and how, social changes, demographic changes, but also how technology changes the daily life of the consumers and how does the technology integrate into the daily lives, how it enters the daily life. And let me give you one example. So this is really just a very high potential dynamic fintech from Hungary called Family Finances. And Sean told us that, just we'll expect just more changes in the, investments. So the future will be very dynamic and fast changing environment for investments. Of course, we can talk about any other, area of the banking and financial services in such a way, especially payments. So it will be really just a fast change. So Family Finances, it's a fintech founded by millennials. What they are doing is a youth banking services, millennials banking services. So they really know what they are talking about because they are also the customers. And with use of gamification, they just create a direct link between investments and payments. So, of course, you can just apply that to retail brands, but you can also apply it to other, sustainable investments. So if you buy anything or if you make a transaction, you can also see how the portfolio of shares performs, or the portfolio of bonds, different, funds, and you can just invest even a small portion of your, just budget into the specific bond, share, or any other instrument or a portfolio. So basically they create this, direct link and affiliation, and this is how, just with use of in-app services, you can just create a link and you can just have this integration between your life on a daily basis. And I think this is really a powerful tool. And just to make a general statement, this is how the technology transforms the lives of the consumers and integrate it. Another powerful example that can be used for, SDGs financing and supporting is also the use not only of the the consumption of the social networks or social platforms globally. So of course there are just billions of users, and social networks is a powerful tool not only for communication but also for payments and other transactions for financing investments. And especially messengers and messaging platforms are just really growing. And if you look at the statistics, you see that social mobile component is the high potential one and dynamically growing. So it means that people are not only using mobile phone, especially smartphones, but they are also using social media and social platforms with use of the smartphones. And the in-app, services can be also just used for communication and other financial services and have this direct link to your life and integrate into the services. And one of the examples of such services is chatbots. So if you text, if you message, so then especially for young people, you can use it, just to make transactions, to buy services and to use financial services as well.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very, useful outlook for all of us to better understand what is really going on with it, because I don't think fintech is confined to payments as well as banking, because it is a cross-cutting, paradigm, touches upon insurance, capital markets, trading. We seem to, see an emergence of many startups, many new solutions that have not been there before. So, but it is not only for a better customer experience, but also for it creates value for the social impact. That's why I stressed out the financial inclusion as well as ease to access to the financial services, because there is this significant population in many countries, not only one single country, but many countries around the world, even in some of the developed countries, that there are people who do not have access to the banking, simple financial services. So how do you see it? How do you value the role of fintech in this respect?
Okay, this is like one level of financial inclusion, just the entry to financial services, opening up the perspective for the, any, consumer and a person in the world to have access to financial services if you have the mobile phone, not necessarily a smartphone, but of course with smartphone it's easier because we are talking about the application then. And, but this is the first step towards the financial world. And now if we're talking about the financial inclusion, we have another challenge. Because let's assume that you already have the access to bank account, to banking services, not even having the proper bank account at the bank or any other financial institutions, but with use of your mobile phone as telcos and other providers that it's doing. But the other challenge or the next step is to how to activate, just people to make transactions and how to activate people to use the bank's account. Because there is the second step or the second level of financial inclusion. And this is just another level, so payments. And then you go beyond that, or you go further, how to use loans, how to use crediting, how to use financing, microfinancing. So just if we talk about financial inclusion, bank account or access to bank services, not necessarily through the bank or any other financial institution, is like the very, very beginning and the very first step. Then you have just more transactional approach. So, and if you look at the statistic, this is exactly a challenge because we have, in some, countries, territories like in Africa, in Uganda, in Nigeria, and then also, in Bangladesh, people have access with use of the mobile phones to financial services. But then the penetration and the consumption of the financial services is still, just something to be addressed and to be penetrated. And if we are talking about the fintech, of course, they are not only incumbents, as telcos or banks, but there is a plenty of, new players coming to the sector as, fintech companies. And, just there is also a potential for these new players, newcomers, to change the industry, especially, just because they are creating, just a space for new services with use of technology. And also, in terms of financial inclusion, they can bring the value for the end users, for the consumers, to really benefit from microfinancing or micro-lending. And just having said that, because we are so much focused about consumers, we shouldn't neglect or forget the SMEs perspective or startups perspective. Because if we are talking about the financing, we should also touch this financing for SMEs. For two reasons. One, of course, it creates things like, alternative financing and new financing mechanism for, SMEs companies in general. But on the other hand, on the other side, this is just stimulating the entrepreneurship. And if I work with social startups, and I also a mentor, within Ashoka and other, just volunteering organizations, so I really just face this. And I really deal with the companies who really need financing, and they are social startups. Of course, this is this impact investing, and they really bring a lot of value to the sector. But then this is also stimulating entrepreneurship on the social side, or at the yeah.
Wonderful. So going back to Sean. So Sean, I'm speaking of this technology, innovation, and everything. How do you see the role of technology and innovation into the green bonds market? So do you have any ideas around that? I mean, or is there any relevance in a way?
No.
Okay, good. So,
but,
all right, go ahead.
I mean, clearly we are doing a global transformation of our economies in the next 30 years. And a fundamental of that will be how we use and better use technology, particularly in ways for resource management. I mean, there is a major resource footprint for this phone. I accept that. But at the same time, we have a lot of opportunities to be much, much more efficient in how we do things, whether that means doing more of these as video conferences. In the last French election, Mélenchon, one of the candidates, ran his campaign using a very interesting piece of technology. He ran one evening event where he appeared 8 times simultaneously using holograms. Now, that's pretty cool if you're a candidate. Why can't we do more of that and reduce our carbon footprint and get around more? That's a simple thing. Transactions, when I go to Norway, I don't use cash anymore. Who uses cash in Scandinavia? Occasionally you see the odd krona going around. Well, of course, there's a resource benefit, there's a transaction benefit, and so on. Now, in all of these, the trick is to embed our understanding of what it is that is the right thing to do with the economy. So the green part of it simply becomes a tool to be used within that. Fintech, in that sense, absolutely will enable our discovery opportunities, our chances to discover the things that we think are important, and to make sure that what capital we have flows accordingly. All of that will be part of it. But directing a green bond, not particularly. I get a phone call every week from a blockchain startup saying, can I use green bonds for blockchains? Not really at this stage. Work at the back end of banks, so that's part of the broader productivity reform. I'm going to just leave one last thing for my friend before he dives into cat bonds. We do have a productivity problem. In global economies, particularly the developed economies, over the last 30 years, productivity stalled. And we know that wealth creation is linked to our productivity increases. We absolutely need to look to fintech and other forms of new developments, organic, the bio sector, if you like, for productivity gains to be able to fuel our way into a wealthier, dematerialised economy. We can't rely on an economy that keeps building fridges and SUVs and throwing them out anymore. We have to look for more clever and sophisticated ways of creating wealth. And in fact, most of the wealth in the last 10 years in the US, as an example, on the stock exchange, we've seen the S&P go up and up and up. Most of that wealth has been created by IT companies. It hasn't been created by bricks and mortar companies. That's where the wealth and value creation is. And that's something that all countries in this region need to be thinking about in terms of their economic plans. What we're talking about now is value creation in economies that's based on intangible products, if you like, fintech-based, electronic-based, not on old-fashioned building of tractors, which showed in the past, with hopefully some big benefits for better resource management and better footprint on the planet if we do this right.
So Tej, same question to you. Sure.
As an aside, one of the challenges that we've had, because we've had this concentration of growth in a certain very, very small part of the industry, is we've created monopolies, right? Because when you look at technology, when you look at fintech, there is massive value in networks. And so you see investors, throwing money into companies that lose money to buy that network. And then they sit, like Facebook, like Apple, on this incredible amount of power. And one thing that I want to say is that we mustn't compromise equal growth for growth and productivity gains, because that is not growth that is worth having. So we really need to be careful that when we're talking about fintech, that when we're talking about these other things, we're not creating new monopolies, and we're also not leaving people behind. In the UK now, in many rural villages and even rural towns, you have to pay several pounds to access your own money from a bank account. Right? I mean, that's crazy. And you're talking about people who don't have any fintech platforms. They like having money. It's how they budget. So we really, really need to be careful that we're not talking about things that leave a bunch of people behind, because that is not what the new economy must be based on if we want to succeed.
So,
but also fintech, no, not so much in social impact bonds.
Well, yeah, add something on that. So touch
right.
upon what you said, Tash, exactly. So if we are even talking about a technology in terms of fintech, so basically what we should be concerned about and what is the challenge here is the technology understanding, technology consumption, and also technology inclusion. So everything, because, an adaptation. So basically, this is the real challenge standing behind fintech or any other tech industry, and every industry is tech-oriented nowadays. And another point that I would like to raise, it is a regulatory framework, because of course fintech and other changes, they couldn't be possible without some regulatory and legislative updates. And PSD2, for example, for open banking is opening the financial services world for other players, third-party providers. And this is like a positive side. But on the other hand, and so I really believe that regulatory framework or regulation can be a source for innovation, not only just a limitation or any other compliance issue, but also just room for innovation. But on the other hand, we also struggle with so many regulatory gaps, especially in the emerging economies. So there are some, examples of experimental payment directives and what central banks are doing, for example, in India and also in Nigeria in terms of financial inclusions. But we are still lagging on that, and sometimes, there is a regulatory framework that is really in avant-garde, so just leading some changes, driving some changes. But in many cases, especially when we are talking about the financial inclusion and financing SDGs, this is something that is lagging, and then we are just behind. So we should also keep in mind this regulatory framework.
I think there's this massive discussion
It's
behind.
a challenge.
Sure, definitely. There are many regulatory loopholes, not only in the emerging markets, but globally as well. But speaking of that, I guess there's this monopolization risk, as Tej, brought up. I think it is one of the largest threats at the moment, because we don't control the data. Data is the king, not the money anymore, honestly. It is how it looks, at least. There should be some global approaches and policies towards that.
Yeah, so if you touch, just let me just briefly comment on that. If I'm saying regulatory framework, of course, just I also have this data protection, like financial service protections in mind, not only, just the innovative regulatory or legislative changes that it's occurring right now. So also, yeah, data protection, which is very hard to imagine, especially in a global perspective. But
okay, thank you. Rome?
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'd like to just to mention that, from a fintech perspective, what I think is that penetration is closely, in the insurance context, penetration is very closely related to fintech and payments, I think. So from a pure catastrophe bond perspective, it's not really required to have a lot of fintech innovation, as from a penetration perspective, the institutions buying the cat bonds can just pick up the phone call and get the paper, in their bank account. However, speaking of penetration levels, I think that getting that enhanced by some appropriate fintech solution is the right way to go. And I'm aware of some, startups, for example, trying to enhance penetration and offering innovative insurance index solutions like weather derivatives to farmers in Africa by enabling them paying through their mobile phone bill, So whatever credit is left might be utilized, for example, to buy insurance. So I think this type of solutions are absolutely, required in order to tackle the very low insurance penetration levels in some developing countries, and fintech is a key in this context.
I think, Rom, it doesn't have to be only about fintech, because insurance industry is one of the most conventional industries in terms of digitalization, technology, and transformation. So they are a bit lagging behind. So there is this massive potential when it comes to data analytics, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. So if we can sort of collate the right data in order to measure the risks and come up with the right solutions and the right premiums, that would be something quite an efficient way to bring up values with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this is really happening, and maybe this is, I don't want to say the easiest part, but once you have data, I truly believe you can do a lot of things, you can do everything, but I think from a distribution perspective, this is a challenge. Go and convince someone who has never spent $1 or a cent in his life buying insurance to buy insurance suddenly. I think in some cases that may happen, unfortunately, only post-events. After the big events happen, then the awareness increases. But before this happens, it might be difficult. And maybe then, some novel methods, enhancing distribution, convincing people, just to buy a product by clicking on the bottom, or if there is some agreement with the mobile providers, that definitely, I think, could in essence help.
Absolutely. So we have 2.5 minutes to go. Any question from the audience? Is it possible to take questions? Sure, right? So while you are thinking that, let us, fill up the time. So can I just, have your insight, or basically, your comments in terms of how you see the opportunities as well as challenges, starting with you, Sean, in terms of the green bonds in the region, left aside Turkey.
To the region first.
Okay.
There's a few things that are going to have to happen in the next few years. We're going to have to democratize insurance. So in the same way developing new products for large-scale players, we're going to have resilience insurance for households. There's a company a cooperative insurer in the Philippines who provides resilience insurance for households in the payout of a typhoon. Just like a cat bond in a way. You get $100, but you get it instantly. Now that is going to become, we need to make sure that everyone has that insurance. It needs to be the equivalent of motor accident insurance in the United Kingdom, because volatility is the new word. This century is going to be a century of extremely volatile weather incidents. It'll happen everywhere. It'll happen with massive snowstorms in New Jersey, as well as cyclones in Mozambique. So we've got to prepare for that. And we need to have if our economies will not be able to survive if we don't have access to some kind of rebuild money really fast. So take the cat bond and make it global and democratized. That's one thing that's going to have to happen. And that applies to every economy in this region. Now, we don't necessarily need to do it with government money, but we will need to do it with government convening, working with the insurance industry. In the same way in developed countries, motor accident insurance is compulsory, is democratized, therefore it's lower cost, but can still be provided by private sector players, and you can have some competition if that's important in the particular market. Secondly, we are going to have to map out what the SDGs actually mean. We need to do that in the next 6 months, because at the moment it's as flaky as hell. And we need to understand what are the right investments and whether we're also looking, as we need to, everything through the filter of climate change, adaptation and resilience, as well as mitigation. That's a kind of job. Now, I say that as someone working on the European Union taxonomy. We're publishing our climate change mitigation criteria in 2 weeks' time. It's a stepping stone on a bigger road. In this region, this is what UNDP can help do. Working with governments in the area to map out and really flesh out and discover the investments that are material, not wishy-washy statements of ambition, which is the norm at the moment. Not not good enough. And certainly not good enough for investors who want to feel their money is really being used properly. So that's got to happen. And then I'm just going to throw one thing at you for a few countries. Islamic finance. Why has Turkey not seen a green sukuk? Where's the stock exchange gone on this? Your past employer. Why hasn't the government something about it? Why haven't other countries in the region start tackling this?
Well, even the sukuk market is not very big in here. So
I know, but it should be bigger. You know, we have for those countries that are interested in Islamic finance, we already have the president of Indonesia and Malaysia, where we've seen a dozen green sukuk come out already, Islamic bonds. You know, there is a tenet in the Quran about the protection of the environment, which is absolutely material here. We have an ethical base to Islamic finance, which frankly we in London have to learn from. Put the two together, and we've got a very interesting theme. We saw one out of the UAE a couple of weeks ago. So take that home and think about, as a niche in your countries where you have an Islamic community, about how to grow that. And it shouldn't just be Pakistan, it should be India as well. In other words, there are many communities with an Islamic community within them. Just some ideas for the future.
Well, thank you very much. We are out of time, but please, last word, Tej. So Sean said that there is this massive potential with the green bonds in the near future. So can you say the same thing for the social impact bonds?
Yeah, I think there is massive potential. I think we just have to do it right, because sometimes when we go in over-enthusiastic about things, we get frustrated quite quickly, right? So, these are not straightforward instruments. It's something that will improve the efficiency of what you do. It will deliver better services to your constituents, and it will free up money to invest in prevention of all of the challenges of climate change that we're going to see. So it's essential, but it's not going to be fixed overnight. We need to work on creating the right products. And the other key thing is making sure that once we've got a good social impact bond, we renew it, right? It's not, we have this huge tendency within our sector to get really excited about something. We issue one, it's a 3-year program, that was great, wasn't it? And then 3 years later, we're on to the next thing. Well, if that was great, why aren't we doing it again, right? So we've got to make a better long-term commitment to things. And I think social impact bond could be part of the solution, but, it's not the full solution.
Thank you. So, Anna, 2 things that you see the highest potential in the fintech market.
Or witnessing in the coming years, there will be not only the democratization of insurance, but I guess, access to payments, financing, investing, and even, wealth or asset management. And definitely, just collaborative and inclusive, not only fintech, but financial services ecosystem. Having said that, we should really be careful about not leaving more and more people behind and out of the entire ecosystem.
Thank you. So, Ram, final words?
Yes. The catastrophe bond space is growing. We are actually working with the UNDP and some governments making the case for them to use catastrophe bonds to mitigate natural catastrophe risks. So I believe the future is quite bright, and I'm personally quite optimistic.
Well, thank you very much for this, very genuine and diverse discussion. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed it as well. So this is a wrap. Thank you very much for your patience and time.
Mustafa, thank you. Thank you to your guests as well. All right, let's switch it up a little bit as we sort of come to the end of the day. This is going to be the beginning of our Partners Forum. It's a little bit of an open mic exercise. With that being said, I'm going to hand over this mic over to Ben. Thank you. Ben?
Thank you, Ali John. Well, dear friends and colleagues, these are the Istanbul Development Dialogues, and dialogues involve many voices, and to some extent, we've constrained ourselves through having panels and people standing up here, sitting up here, and haven't taken advantage of all of the different experiences, voices, and partnership opportunities that are in the hall. And as long as we've had the Istanbul Development Dialogues, and this is now the 5th year in a row that we've done them, we've always had a Partners Forum. And the Partners Forum is a chance for you, UNDP's partners and members of the audience that haven't yet officially participated in the, if you like, holding the microphone, participating in the dialogues, to do so. And for the remainder, essentially, of the afternoon until the concluding session, that's what we're going to do. Now, the Partners Forum essentially consists of 3 different pieces. Okay. The first is we're very pleased we're going to have a dedicated session by a very important partner, FAO, the UN's Food and Agricultural Organization, which is going to be talking about family farms, rural development, and financing the SDGs. This is very important for many reasons. One of them is that when we talk about finance and banks, we oftentimes end up in cities, whereas in fact, as has been pointed out, so much poverty and vulnerability is in rural areas that involves around getting more and better financing into the agricultural sector and farm households. Then we're going to have for second, what might be called a panel of partners, which will consist of representatives of UN volunteers, from the UN in Moldova, talking about blended finance, and especially remittances, and the role remittances can play in financing sustainable development. That's extremely important, and we haven't yet discussed that. We're going to have a representative of Land Berlin, which does credit guarantee funds in Europe as well as in Tajikistan and in Afghanistan. And if circumstances allow, we will have a short presentation on new developments in financing of social contracting with community-based organizations. And then last but not least, we're going to have an open mic where anyone who wants to briefly stand up from the audience to say very briefly what they're doing on financing sustainable development will have the chance to do so. The mic will be given to you, and you can let us know what's happening from your perspective, or if you would like to make a comment on what you've heard, this is also an opportunity. So we're shaking it up, we're opening things up, and doing things a little bit differently. So that's what the Partners Forum is all about. So moving into the first phase, I would like to ask our colleagues from FAO to come up and join us. And I would like in particular to pass the floor to Mr. Raymond Yelle, if I've pronounced your name correctly. And if I haven't, please forgive me. I'll keep working on it.
Thank you, Ben. I should be heard with the headset. Very good. Thank you, Ben, for the introduction. We're very pleased from FAO point of view to have this space and to be able to have a dedicated session talking about agriculture. While the panelists are coming, let me just quickly also set a bit the scene. First of all, just to introduce myself, I'm Raymond Yelle. I'm the Regional Program Leader for Europe and Central Asia, based in Budapest. And we have heard a lot about investment into development and supporting also the SDGs. We covered also various sectors throughout the discussions in the last 2 days. And we touched also in several cases on agriculture. We heard IFAD this morning, but we talked also about bonds. And so there has been many areas where we talked about, and as Ben was also mentioning, but achieving the SDGs with agriculture or without agriculture is something which we would say is very difficult, because as you know, most of the rural poor live in rural areas, and most of these poor people are really engaged in agriculture, and thus we have really a strong contribution of them to achieve the SDGs. Now, the session, as we said, is going to talk about investing into agriculture, family farming, and smallholders, because these are the backbones of the rural area. So we have, in fact, 3 key areas which we want to talk about. And of course, investment in agriculture is a key one, because we have heard figures this morning of we need annually 140 billion. We have heard a figure which is 180 billion. There is also, if you open the internet, you find a figure of 225. It doesn't matter which figure now I would say is correct. The importance is a lot of money and a lot of investment is needed. We have heard when we talked about infrastructure that there is no shortage of money, so we just have to use it. So we are not entirely sure how this is related to agriculture, but it's not only a question of, let's say, the amount, but it's also a question that we need a better one. We need better investment in agriculture in order to be able to benefit the livelihoods, the environment, and also to cater for the needs of the community. So we need really a responsible investment, and we need to minimize the risks for the actors. So responsible investment has been also a couple of days ago emphasized again by the G20 meeting in Japan, where particular reference was made to the voluntary guidelines for land tenure and also trade, but also the FAO OECD guidelines on responsible agriculture food chains. So really creating with investment decent work, investing in infrastructure and healthy soils, as well as facilitating the investment for smallholders is a key one. Second is, of course, taking the importance of the needs into consideration. The private sector plays a key role. With this enormous dimension, we really need to get the private sector on board, and we need to blend the public and the private finance in order to make this also happen. So there is an enormous potential. We have heard over the last 2 days what kind of opportunities we have, but we have to exploit it, and we have also to facilitate it. The third issue which we want to emphasize also in the discussion today is social protection, because one of the areas of public finance and also investment which is really particularly underdeveloped is related to agriculture and also its social protection part. Social protection has been recognized. We have talked, we have heard about it, but not necessarily from the perspective of agriculture, as a critical measure to really reduce the rural poverty, and is building also food security. So we want to put the light into some of these areas with the discussion. So the 3 key messages which the panel wants to pass on in this remaining maybe 50 minutes is: responsible investment is critical for enhancing the food security. The role of the private sector is to accelerate the transformation in agriculture, and the investment in social protection is a means to increase also the resilience. So I want to discuss this with the 3 distinguished panelists. I mean, it's a small panel, but nevertheless, small, I think, is beautiful. And in this case, I very much welcome, first of all, Ms. Fatma Can Shaklik. She's from the Sütaş Grubu company here in Turkey. And the Sütaş Grubu company is one of the leading dairy companies in Turkey. It's amongst the 50 biggest companies of Turkey. And she's the corporate affairs coordinator. And I think she's the best person to talk about some of these aspects of the private sector. Next to Fatma is Natalia Vindorossi. She's the team leader for social protection of FAO headquarters, and as a senior officer, I think the most important person in order to talk about some of these issues. And last but not least, on the left hand is Mr. Munknazan Tsevegmet. He comes from the Ministry of Agriculture of Mongolia, from the livestock department, and I think this gives us a good overview, particularly from some of the public institutions who are dealing also with the aspects of social protection. Now, the panel discussion, of course, if we compare this also with the panels we had throughout the 2 days, comprises certainly also of perspectives from the social and from the public, let's say, panel, so public officers, and that, I think, gives a different dimension into the discussion of this important event. Let me, in this case, ask the three panelists for a quick introduction, let's say, statement to understand a bit what they stand for. So, Fatma, please.
Thank you. At least we are a small group of panelists, but at least we achieved gender equality in the podium, as you see. All of you know that agriculture is very important, and sustainability, achieving sustainability in agricultural production especially is very important, considering the rate of population increase and also the demand for food. So we have to change our food and agricultural system in order to obtain the achieve the sustainability in that regard. This can be done only with the contribution of farmers and also agri-food industry, because we are agri-food industry, we are dependent on thousands and thousands of farmers who can do something in terms of sustainability. So I will be talking about our experience in that respect in particular during the panel.
Natalia.
So one minute, can you hear me okay? Yes. So 1 minute elevator speech. I think if we are serious about really accelerating progress around SDG 1 and 2, and I will argue also 8, 13 and 16, there has to be a very explicit investment in rural areas, because it's where the gap is, as we've heard this morning and also with Raymond's remarks. But also we think that there's a lot of the potential. Most of those that produce food, that are managing food systems are in the agriculture sector and are small-scale producers. We also know that we have to invest in making the agriculture sector a driving sector, investing in new technologies, particularly to be able to address the risk around climate change. But we also have to have a specific effort in making these investments much more inclusive and moving towards inclusive agricultural transformation. And there is where the role of social protection is very key, trying to make sure that it ensures this inclusive approach. So throughout this panel, I would like to make a very strong economic case for social protection, not only as a social policy and its distributional impact, but also as a key element to enhance the economic and productive potential of the poorest. Thank you.
Munkatsan.
Thank you. Here I'm just representing one of the developing country, so I would like to just introduce my country, what is the main sector of the economic sector of the country. So Mongolia is the one landlocked country in Central Asia, covering with the 150 million square area and hosting only 3.2 million people. And 75% of the country's territory used for the common pasture, and we have the 1/3 of the population is really dependent on that pasture. And also that pasture and livestock sector is providing income generation for the half of the national population. So our government is seeing that the social protection of the local people, including especially the herdermen who raise the animals and earn their main income from the animal husbandry, is the key to achieve the sustainable goal and increase and decrease the poverty in the country. So in this panel, I will be talking about more than what our government is doing and what are the benefits of that policy implementation. So thank you.
Before we are talking again about also the private sector and particularly the issue of social protection, let me spend still a couple of minutes on the issue of responsible agriculture investment, because this is from our point of view certainly a key one. And when we talk about responsible agriculture investment, or how we call it also RAI, it's essential really to enhance the food security and the nutrition situation. Now, if we are, of course, talking also about the region, the dimensions of food security and nutrition are certainly very different, but just putting in the issue of triple burden of malnutrition is a key area which also needs to be addressed further, and investment into agriculture has here also an important role to play, because the contribution of responsible agriculture investment is really to enhance sustainable livelihoods, and particularly to facilitate also the investment for the smallholders and the vulnerable groups, because with vulnerable groups and particularly also smallholders having better access also to the market, there is also the possibility to create further opportunities for investment. It means certainly also to facilitate creating decent work for all, and thus a strong contribution to eradicate also poverty, and fostering as well social and gender equality. As you probably know, the guidelines for responsible agriculture investment have been defined already in 2014 by the Global Committee on World Food Security, and they also have a strong focus on considering youth and the cultural heritage, as well as also biodiversity. When we talk about responsible agriculture investment, we are just not talking about the economic dimension, but we are talking really about investments into food systems. So food systems in this context really means that we're talking about economic, environmental, and also the social dimension for this investment. And it's also quite important to really respecting, protecting, and also promoting a human rights approach. So what is really important in that context, that we still lack awareness of responsible investment, and we have quite a lot of information gaps when it comes to this in the region, but of course also globally. Two points which I wanted to make also on the responsible agriculture investment is to give you an example in order to have also a better understanding. And this is the first one. I want to use Ukraine, where a couple of years ago we had the situation that 2008 Ukraine introduced a green export quota, and this resulted that most of the private sectors active in grain production were in principle backing out, and it created really considerable problems. With the establishment of, for example, a working group with the private and the public sectors, so facilitating the policy dialogue, and therefore really helping to increase transparency and better information exchange, resulted in the end into the elimination of the ban, and overall over time we can in the meantime estimate that around 1 billion of investment was really here facilitated for the agriculture sector in the Ukraine. And another example which I also want to give is, for example, investment in geographical indication, which in fact results in introducing of quality, and therefore it facilitates opportunities for further investment also from the private sector. EBRD and FAO have worked here in the case of Serbia, and it has really helped to facilitate for also smallholders new access of markets and therefore increasing also the income of the rural population. Last, what I just also want to mention is the point of blended finance. Blended finance has been put on the table in the discussion also today and yesterday, and really from an FAO point of view, we are not the ones who are providing in that sense blended finance, but we are supporting the alignment of blended finance with investment with the SDGs in the way that we are repackaging also our existing technical guidance and materials, and we are supporting to monitor the SDG compliance in investment. So these are the key areas when we talk about responsible agriculture investment and when we talk also about blended finance. But let me turn in that sense now also to Fatma from the point of view of the private sector. And so we highlighted the importance of investment and for achievement also the SDGs. What would you say is the really experience from the perspective of Sütaş in this context? And maybe can you provide some examples how you are supporting it?
Thank you, Emmanuel. So I will be speaking about social investment, economic investment, and environmental investments that we are doing in Sütaş. First of all, I have to give you some clue about our company. We are a vertically integrated company, let's say. We are producing fodder crops, compound feeds, and we have farms. We are producing raw milk, and of course we are processing this raw milk. But originally, Sütaş is established as a milk processing company. So the other activities, of course, are developed and just included later on. So what this, you may ask that if you are vertically integrated, so why you are talking about this rural communities, SDGs, rural population problems and small farmers, etc. We are still dependent on thousands and thousands of farmers. We are currently processing 1/10 of milk going to industry in Turkey, but we are, I mean, our production can meet only 5% of the raw milk that we process currently. So we completely dependent on the farmers producing milk for us. Of course, many of them are small farmers. They are under, some of them are under cooperatives, but some of them are individuals. So we are completely dependent on these farmers. In the region, generally, you know, agriculture is very important in terms of GDP, share in the GDP, and also share in employment. This is, I mean, Turkey is also the same. 7% of GDP is coming from agriculture, agri-food industry, let's say, and it employs about 20% of the people in Turkey. So it is very important in social terms. I mean, agriculture plays an important role, but we are facing with the same problems that the world faces. So, you know, there is a very high rate of urbanization in the world, and in Turkey it is much more higher than the world averages. So in the rural areas there are the number of people living in rural areas are decreasing, and the rural areas are generally the areas, the population who are dealing with agriculture. So we really have some big problems in Turkey as well, and as Sütaş we also have some problems. So what we have currently, we have to increase the production not only milk, of course, we have to increase the agricultural production on a very limited size of land and with less people, with less farmers. So this is, of course, a very, very big dilemma for any company in the world, and in particular agri-food companies in the world and also in Turkey. So in order to increase the production of agricultural products, in our case dairy, and also of course the feed materials, so we have to, the natural resources are damaged, not in the world, in Turkey as well. So we have to increase the productivity of agricultural production, let's say. So this can be done only with know-how and experience and information given to the farmers. So in that respect, what we do as a part of our social investment, as I told you, we are vertically integrated. We are experienced in plant production and feed production and dairy production. So what we do, we try to share our experience we gained in our farms with the farmers that we work. That's why we established training centers in 2 locations in Turkey right now. And in these locations, we provide free of charge trainings to the farmers, dairy farmers, whether they supply milk to us or not, it doesn't make any difference. So we do provide them training, and in order to increase their productivity and increase their milk yield. So what we see after these trainings, we see that our farmers' milk yield increased about 12% since, for 3 years. So we are very happy that this can, of course, this will facilitate our rural communities, our farmers, income stability, and also it will increase their livelihoods. So this is one of our part in social investment. This is also important. In the dairy sector, it is quite different than the plant product side, because in dairy sector, we have to call, animals produce milk every day. So they don't give any break in the weekends or Easters or Christmas or Ramadan festives. So they continue producing milk, and the milk provides monthly income for the dairy farmers. So this is very important for the rural communities, for their incomes and increasing their, making their livelihoods. This is one of our investments in the social area. In the economic investments, we, in Turkey currently we have 3 facilities in 3 different regions. We are originally in Marmara region, in Bursa. And the second plant we opened in Aksaray region. I will give you very nice figures in that for our facility there. So we opened that facility in 2008, officially in 2009. What we saw, the milk production in that area tripled in 5 years. And also, we are contributing 20% of GDP of that area. Sütaş contribution to GDP of that area is 20%. So this is, new investments in the agri-food industry is very important in stimulating the economic activities and also the income of those regions. Now, currently, we are investing in the eastern part of Turkey, which will be a quite big one, and we will be having there very big farms as well. But it is very important to see that in that region, the entrepreneurs are starting to invest in the small or medium-sized farms. So in order, when we open our facility over there, so we will not have, of course, enough milk to process over there, but there are some initiatives that the farmers are trying to invest in that area, which also make the life in that region, I mean, much more, of course, how to say, it is becoming interesting and exciting in that region, I mean, agricultural production. So it is also very important for the sustainability of agricultural production, I mean, in continuing the production in that area. The third investment that Sütaş plays in Turkey, I'm making it very short, is in the area of environment. You know, we are big farms and we have animal manure that we have to manage somehow. So animal manure is very important. It causes climate greenhouse gas. So what we are doing, we are trying to use this very important and very good source of energy and nutrient, let's say, to produce electricity and then of course to change it to the organic fertilizer, that we use these fertilizers on the land that we that we produce plants. What we see, just to give you a figure, with good management of water resources and use of this organic fertilizer, we were able to increase our plant production 30%. So what we try to do right now, we are trying to expand this expertise and information to our farmers and increase the agricultural production and also increase the profitability of our farmers.
Fatma, I think this was a clear indication of how supporting SDG 2 when we talk about productivity, but of course also SDG 15. Now, of course, your, let's say, farmers are business oriented. They are, I think they are able to really take on board probably also loans, credits in order to grow. Now, the other side is, of course, when we talk about vulnerable groups in rural areas where they do not have these spaces. So how do we look into that, and how do we mobilize here investment into, for example, social protection systems to move on this? Natalia, I would like to ask you, what are probably here examples, or what are the key issues which we would need to take into consideration?
Sure, so when you ask me why is it key to mobilize resources on social protection, usually my first reaction, well, social protection is a right, so in order to realize those rights, we need to invest in those. I usually also talk about the social justice and the role of social protection as a redistribution mechanism, and I think some of that was discussed the first day when we talked about the impact of pensions in Latin America. But there is an argument that sometimes we forget, which is the economic case, the investment case around social protection. How do we enhance the capacity of farmers, particularly the small scale, the vulnerable, to be able to effectively contribute to their economies? It does make economic sense to enhance social security and social protection systems in rural areas. And this is not just a concept or rationale because one day I woke up and we woke up and thought that was important, but this is backed up with really strong evidence around showing that a social program, such as social protection, and we're talking about insurance, cash transfers, so school feeding, and others, can definitely help to, one, accelerate accumulation of human capital, so allow people to really access education and health services, and therefore, in the long run, enhance their employability, their skills. And we've seen very strong results from short-term, but also from long-term impacts of programs that have been established for already 10 or 15 years, and we see the impacts of these investments from children and now to adolescent employability. Key and very clear impacts around food security. Families are now able, that have access to social protection are able to have access to more and better food, to more diverse and healthy diet, which is of course a key component, a key strategy around SDG 2. It's not that families do not know what to eat, but sometimes the availability of nutritious and healthy food is not there, or the purchasing power to access those healthy diets is not available. It's also key in order to, as a risk management strategy, which in the agriculture sector is key. You know, the agriculture sector is very risk by nature. It's exposed to price fluctuations, to impacts of climate change, and having access to some sort of a stable safety net allows farmers to be able to smooth consumption, to plan, to invest, and to be able to manage that risk in a much more sustainable manner. And also minimize some of the negative coping mechanisms that many of these families are unfortunately forced to resort to in the event of crisis, such as selling off of productive assets or decreasing the health nature of their diet or engaging their children in child labor, for instance. In the context of climate change, we've been doing a lot of research in the role of social protection, not only in addressing or mitigating the negative impacts of the damage and loss that climate-related risks generate in the agriculture sector, but also in changing livelihoods. How do we make agricultural livelihoods much more climate smart? How do we support and address some of the economic and social barriers to transition from low productive, low skill, and low risk agriculture investment to other types of programs? And you may have heard about a newly approved Green Climate Fund project in Paraguay in South America called PROESA, where precisely the social protection program, the national cash transfer program, has been top up as a way to motivate or promote or facilitate the move of the poorest sectors of the agriculture sector towards more sustainable practices in the agroforestry sector. And this is, you know, in a nutshell, when we're talking about social assistance types interventions, so social protection programs that are usually targeted to the poor and trying to enhance risk management and access to basic services. But even for those that are already engaged in commercial activities, other types of social protection, such as insurance, becomes a key way of definitely managing risk and helping to make a stronger commitment to riskier investments and therefore more productive investments. We made also a lot of discussions around how do we make a much more stronger case for prevention, preparedness, and early action, and to what extent we can use existing social protection systems to be able to better deliver humanitarian action when needed, but most importantly, to be able to deliver early action based on forecast-based financing. Can we use a blended financing, but not in the way that we've been talking about, but using the big resources available in the development and the humanitarian sector to be able to make social protection systems much more risk-informed and shock responsive. One key point that I wanted to make is around the affordability of social protection and the different perspectives around, is it affordable? We're in a context where there is a new forms of employment. We have an increasingly aging population across regions. We have a different base in terms of contributory capacity. We have a accelerated pace in terms of informality, which of course is key in the agriculture sector. What is the implication of that in terms of affordability? I think a first point is that the affordability of social protection is first and foremost a political decision. And many countries, many low-income countries even, have been put and committed to put their own budgets and their own commitments and investment to expanding the scale, the reach, and the impact of social protection programs across regions, not just, you know, Philippines, Zambia, Lesotho, Kenya, Brazil. Many countries have really committed with the understanding of seeing social protection not as an additional budget cost, but as a key investment around enhancing the employability and the human capacity of the poorest. But I think also, and I think where a lot of the discussions around what is the role of the private sector in its broad definition can come into play. How do we bring together different financing mechanisms to, one, enhance the efficiency of social protection systems to better respond to the new demands of this new employment sector and labor dynamics? Can we think about, you know, a lot of the examples that we've seen about private and public partnerships in terms of insurance? And I think our colleague from Mongolia is going to discuss a little bit about how has that come into play and what has been the incentives of a government as well as of a private company to come together to provide a much more efficient way to access social protection? How do we make the ways of contributing to those working in the rural sector much more flexible? Social security systems have been designed from a classic labor market paradigm, which is really reflecting how the urban labor markets function and not necessarily how the rural ones. Can we make sure that we can have innovative financing to change the ways that we're contributing and therefore make the access to social protection more clear and efficient to those in the rural sector? And when we talk about private sector, one last point, if I may, Raymond, is thinking also of the broader actors, also looking at farmers' organizations, cooperatives, civil society, and the role that they also play in facilitating access to key social programs and social protection mechanisms. In many contexts, the government has not been able to reach rural areas, and it's cooperatives and rural organizations, the ones that have been innovative in providing dedicated support. Can we learn from those experiences? Can we strengthen that expertise to be able to have a much more comprehensive and adequate coverage of social protection in rural areas? And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Производительного населения.
Let's, in principle, go from FAO guidance direction.
Какие у нас имеются практические примеры от ФАО? Вот мы сказали, я слышали, что в Монголии мы слышали, что население получило адекватный доступ к различным инвестициям и различным фондам, которые можно получить через посредство ФАО. Что вы могли бы сказать по этому поводу? Как вы можете объяснить, почему вы в Монголии с удовольствием принимаете инвестиции? Да, спасибо большое. Очень большое количество нашего населения работает в сельском хозяйстве, и сейчас, конечно, максимальная защита интересов нашего населения, социальных интересов.
Called it the Mongolian Sustainable Development Vision to 2030, which is reflecting to the sustainable goals. So within this sustainable development strategy, our government, our parliament is making some more the policies which is subsidizing the social protection service and the health service and education service of the local people. Then by the 2018, the almost nearly 35% of the national annual budget was spent on for the social protection in this health service and education service for the subsidizing. So that I would like to mention some of the activities which are our government is taking for the poverty reduction implementation.
Can I just interrupt one question which you may then also add in that sense? Would you say Mongolia would have done this anyway with or without the SDGs?
Sorry?
Would have Mongolia invested into this without SDGs being agreed or because of the SDGs?
Yeah, you know that the Mongolia, that some 25 years ago, the Mongolia was a socialist country, and during the 1990s, the socialist area was just closed. During that close, the animals were privatized to the herders, and the herders get lost their social protection. So after that new economic and political situation, most of the population just left behind the social protection and left behind the country's policy. So then Mongolia decided to create a national policy for the herders to protect the local people, and they were kind of before the SDGs, only 10% of the local herders, let me say herders, they were covered by the social protection service. And after the development goals and the Mongolian government approved the new the long-term policy, and it has increased by 18%. So now the almost 35% of the herders are covered by the basic social service. And what we are doing is the government is paying, the government is subsidizing 50% of the social insurance premium of the local herders. Why we are doing this? The herders doesn't have a regular monthly income. They have only two times a year to earn the money from the livestock. The one is the spring, because they bump the cashmeres from the goat, and then the second one is in the winter time. They slaughter the animal, then they sell them. That's why the government is paying only the 50% of that social insurance premium. And also we have almost 20% of the herders are aged people, which is pension. And now government is decided to reduce the pension age by 5 years. Today, the people, the male and female herders can retire at the age of 55 and 50 respectively. And also the government is subsidizing the free of charge education, high school education for the herders' children. They're also paying for the accommodation and also paying for the meal in the accommodation for whole year. And also those things, those activities under our government brought our country some benefits. I would like to say something, some numbers and statistics. After that, those policies, our poverty is reduced by 15%. And the number of social insurance bought the herders increased by 18%. And the 70% of the poor people in a rural area covered by the social insurance services. So those activities, those actions brought our country ranked in the high human development category in a human development index in 2015. So generally speaking, the government subsidizing the social protection service is a kind of a good way to protect the local people. What the local people are not only the poor ones. They are the private sector actually, because they own animals. At least the one herder owns hundreds of animals. They are producing some more products. In Mongolians we are saying like to say that we are producing somehow organic products, because we are using the natural pasture and natural plants. And those herders are producing meat, milk, and some other livestock-related products. So what we need is that we need to invest the money into creating a market for the local herders, where they can bring their raw materials and where they can bring their raw materials and get the money. This will be very beneficial for our herders if there is a kind of unit or kind of company who is dealing with the raw materials of the livestock. They can earn money for the whole year, not 2 times a year, and they can also pay their social insurance premium. They can pay. Yeah. Then so this can also the Mongolian government is saying that for this reason, the local people are more vulnerable to the national disaster and also the very shock of the global commodity price. Our government is kind of proposing to establish international year on the pasture and pastoralists. Why we are proposing this is the local people, we just put the public attention into the local and herder men's. This proposal is almost ready. This will be submitted to the FAO headquarters in very soon in July or June. So I think that's...
Yeah, so International Year of the Pastoralists, I think this is certainly something which very much helps to raise also awareness. I mean, the International Decade of Family Farming, which we are just starting, is also one of these elements. I think very good. We had, I think, a clear answer from Mongolia. The investment into social protection was really facilitated by the SDGs. I think this is a very good confirmation. We also have a good understanding from Natalia how social protection can really facilitate, and also the engagement of the private sector, which Fatma was outlining. I'm using at the moment of time. I'm not sure if the audience is having some questions or some comments on this. Any reaction or any, I mean, as I understand, of course, from the point of view, there are also possibilities later on, but if there are any questions specifically to the audience, if not, then I will turn, of course, back to the panelists, because one of the questions which I certainly also would like to raise is, of course, what do we in fact expect in terms of the institutional requirements or the obstacles when we talk about the investment into the agriculture. So how would you, Fatma, really look at this from the point of view of your company? What do you expect in the end from the public sector in order to facilitate this also better?
We are talking about general farms. Agri-food companies have capital to invest. Of course, sometimes we are using some incentives from the government to invest, let's say. But the most investment is required by the farmers, because they are the most vulnerable people, even because of the nowadays demographic challenges. The urbanization and the rural communities, there are the farming community is aging, and it is also very difficult for them to access to finance because of their age. Most incentives or investments should go to farmers, of course, in order to invest in the farming.
So, sorry, would that mean if you said the farmers are aging, so with the social protection measure, yes, you would in principle take the farmers out of their productive, let's say?
Not exactly. Aging population means, I mean, we are in a digital age right now. The aged people or farmers cannot use or cannot benefit from the digital technology, let's say. So we have to provide them some kind of information, knowledge, and also we have to provide them some finance, because their access to finance is limited when you compare with the youth people. So this is one of the problems. In Turkey, when I look at Turkey, of course, we have some investment programs that the farmers can invest in milk farms, for example, or meat, for production of meat. So there are some funds available, but of course this must be accelerated and increased somehow. You know, if we want to achieve the production level for the future, we have to invest too much in the agriculture as well. So the people, I mean, we have to create more resilient agricultural systems and more resilient, of course, farmers.
Natalia, what would you say is one of the key issues, institutional requirements?
Maybe a couple of points. One is around addressing some of the unfortunate myths or policy concerns around social protection and around poverty. the disincentives to labor, the fact that people become dependent on social protection, and a lot of governments are trying to change that and trying to make a stronger case about actually no, people are investing these resources and the result is not dependency, but a contribution to make the local economies more dynamic. And that's a way of also reinvesting in capacity. There are issues, however, if we think and we understand social protection as a contribution to SDG 1 and 2 or others that are really asking us to work in a multi-sectoral perspective. What are the incentives to bring the different ministries and the different stakeholders, private and public, to work together in an efficient and coordinated way? What are the incentives for the Ministry of Agriculture to put part of their budget lines in expanding social protection to rural areas? What is the incentive of a civil society group to be part of the accountability mechanisms of the establishment of a social protection program? How do we create incentives for private companies to be able to also integrate farmers that they are able and wanting to contribute into a potential social insurance mechanism? It's interesting to see, that we have a lot of documents that talk about multi-sectoral coordination. I think we do have to do a better job in creating very concrete incentives for that coordination to happen. We've talked a lot about the potential contribution of the private sector, and I think in social protection there's a lot of entry points for that contribution, without, of course, taking out the responsibility of governments to be the main providers of social protection, and as well of civil society and public and private organizations to be able to serve an accountability role, to be able to make sure that these programs are adequately reached, adequately covered, and adequately used. So I do think that the Agenda 2030 gave us a very strong commitment to bring different actors together. We still need to continue incentivizing and defining those very concrete incentives for that coordination to happen.
Mugata, would you have any specific issue on institutional requirements from your perspective? What you would like to highlight very shortly? Because I see the clock is ticking in front of us. The audience doesn't see it, but we see it. So in that sense, very quickly. Maybe they should see also the clock.
Yeah. Miss Fatima said that the herdsmen and the families are aging, so this is also an issue for us. And the younger generation of the herders tend to be living in urban areas. In urban areas in our country, it's very difficult to find a job. So if the people are just migrating from the rural areas to the urban, we are also having more poverty. Not to decrease the poverty, we will have more poverty in urban areas. So our government is seeking that the more is smarter or some approach to convince the younger generation to become a herding man. So that's why maybe we are very happy to use the recommendation of this conference, this conference to how to introduce the more high technology to the herding in agriculture sector. Also some innovations, how to make the herding is more easy and profitable. If the herding is profitable in rural areas, the younger generation will attract to that business. The herding is a kind of business, not a kind, it's really business. So we are just seeking something kind of institutional or technical assistance into the agriculture sector.
Well, the issue of technology and, of course, also innovations is something which has been also discussed quite intensively. We are coming closely to the end. Last statement from each of you in terms of coming back to your initial key message, Fatma?
Industry and agriculture sector is facing with, has many challenges ahead for the future. So these challenges cannot be addressed alone by the private sector or by the farmers or by other institutions. So cooperation is required from anybody involved in this process. I mean, for achieving the SDGs, of course, it's very important cooperation. Maybe the SDG 17 is the most important one in that respect. So we have to work together in order to keep the agricultural production going on and in order to produce more agricultural products to meet the demands of the future generations. And we have to work together. I mean, this is what I would like to give as a message.
Natalia?
I think how I started, that rural areas should not be, investment in rural areas should not be an afterthought, but actually an explicit priority in the Agenda 2030. Not something that it's added as a comma, but something that governments, private sector, and others are really targeting. And when we think about agriculture investments, looking at the diverse types of investment that are needed to enhance the productivity, the climate resistance, as well as the inclusiveness to make sure that those that are in charge of most of our production can have access to new technologies and practices.
Yeah, personally, I believe that the sustainable development and sustainable development goals are means that the means that to me is that the herders or the local people or no one should stay behind of that sustainable development. It should bring some benefit to all the people, and especially the local ones, especially the pastoralist people must benefit from this long-term global policy or policy strategy. We are just trying to convince all the people to invest in that very marginalized people. So.
I very much like that you put your emphasis in your last statement really on the pastoralist, on the people on the ground, and I think this is particular when we look at it from an SDG implementation point of view, where probably there is still a lot to go. So as our time is up, I would like to thank particularly you as a panelist for this interesting discussion, and I hope we were able to pass on the message to the audience when we talk about responsible agriculture investment, the linkage also to social protection, and the importance here of the private sector to get a good understanding how multidimensional the agriculture sector is related to its contribution to the SDGs. So thank you very much again, and thank you for the opportunity to UNDP.
Well, thank you very much, Raymond, and FAO colleagues, and our colleague from Shutash, whose products I consume regularly, and from Mongolia. I think I would make two observations to tie what we've just heard right to the center of our discussion. The first is about financing sustainable development from state budgets. We heard so much about social protection, and social protection is clearly critical if we're serious about leaving no one behind. But in so many middle-income countries, especially lower middle-income countries of Europe and Central Asia, social protection is underfunded, and the underfunding problem is getting worse. State pension funds, state health insurance funds are increasingly underfunded, meaning that there's not enough resources to meet the obligations in them. And as these societies age, and as more and more workers either emigrate abroad or work in the informal sector, in part because the Social Security taxes are so high to try to make the funds sustainable, there's even more and more pressure on these funds. And I think this is a critical aspect of finance for sustainable development. And it's especially a problem in lower middle income countries like Ukraine, like Moldova, where we have aging, shrinking populations, very large informal sectors, and relatively low per capita income levels. Not a lot of ability to pay taxes, and not a lot of disposable income in a lot of houses. So I'm very grateful to our colleagues for emphasizing the importance of social protection from a finance for development perspective. And the second aspect that's so important, of course, is the spatial dimensions. It's so easy to get excited about the new possibilities for financial technologies and, you know, the cashless economy and the new possibilities for development that come with all of this. But this is all in the capital cities, or maybe in a few commercial centers, like Almaty or Istanbul, okay, or St. Petersburg. But it's not in the rural areas. It's not in the smaller towns, right? And that also is about rural development, regional development, leaving no one behind. We have to get the financial systems of middle-income countries to extend the benefits of the financial technological revolutions to the smaller towns, to the rural areas. You know, now arguably in an OECD country where you only have 5 or 10% of the population in rural areas working in agriculture, we're not talking about that many people. But in a country like Mongolia, where 20 or 25% of the population is engaged in agriculture, living in rural areas, as we heard from our colleague from Mongolia, this is a big chunk of people. Likewise in a country like Ukraine, Moldova, again. So thank you, FAO colleagues, for calling our attention to this, and we need to remember that leaving no one behind is very much about leaving no one in rural and agricultural areas behind, as well as in cities. Okay, on that note, let's now begin the second part of the Partners Forum, which is the Partners Panel. And at this moment, I would like to invite Nils Memisholu from the UN Volunteers to come up and join us on the stage. I would like to invite Michael Pelia from UNDP to come up and join us on the stage. And I would like to invite Bernd Leitner from Land Berlin, managing partner, to come up and join us on the stage. We'll have short presentations by each of you and a short panel discussion, and then we'll open things up for questions and comments. So please, well, I see some of our colleagues are here. Okay. And for those of you who have PowerPoint presentations, as long as they're short, I have the magic instrument. Okay, I would like, since Nils is, as I understand it, not here, I would like to ask Michael to start. Let me just give a brief introduction. We've heard an awful lot about finance, about private sector finance, about banks, about foreign direct investment, and about the government. But we haven't heard very much about remittances. And yet in many countries of the world, remittances are much bigger than foreign direct investment, much bigger than bank lending from abroad, much, much bigger than ODA. And the question is, can we blend this, the remittance finances, with other sources of finance to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals? And in Moldova, we have some very interesting results in this respect, projects done by a number of UN agencies, which my colleague Michael Pelia from UNDP will briefly present to us. So Misha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And this presentation done by me from UNDP Istanbul Regional Hub. However, this is a product of joint work of UN system in Moldova, because it highlights some experience in IOM project, IOM-led project PARI 1+1, and also UNDP project was funded by SDC, which is called MIDDLE. And remittances in Moldova, as Ben told, they're quite long-term, very high inflow of foreign cash into the country. The issue is that this is a mixed blessing. On one hand, we have some very good opportunities. Poverty is going down, some private investments in health education, some secondary business starting picking up. However, we see also a lot of challenges, and these challenges related to stabilization and slight decline of remittances flow. So we're not sure how stable is this source. On the other hand, we have also some moral hazard, and which is, you could see youth unemployment rates are extremely high. So this is kind of mixed blessing. Remittances are mixed blessing. And the question is how we could mobilize these remittances for development purposes. And development challenges related to a couple of things. One thing, it's quite impressive when you look on total number of remittances coming to country, but you should understand two things about remittances. First of all, this is many small sums coming to very many families. So these money are very, very thin layer all across the country. Second, these money are coming with a tag. They are earmarked for consumption. And the question is how you could mobilize what is not tagged for consumption. And here comes the third thing, how this money influence local communities. Because many of them are just coming to country and immediately go out of the country because countries start importing a lot of products to satisfy local demand. And one of the big issues here is lack of trust. And I will be speaking about this, but when you start looking on trust in Moldova, any guess what is the most trusted institution in Moldova? No, but it's close. It's church, 80%. Who is next? Yeah, army is close. And what about next, after the army? Local public administration, 30%. Government, banks, all others enjoy something like 15% approval. So that's created a lot of issues when you try to mobilize remittances for something productive, because you cannot simply rely on banks, because banks are not trusted, and especially after this issue with 1 billion stolen from the country. So the big question is how we could engage local public administration in, together with migrants, to build better future for Moldova. And we have two examples. This first example is coming from a program called PARE 1+1, and it was led by IOM. It was funded by EU and implemented by specialized agency in Moldova, which is dealing with small and medium enterprise development. So the basic premise was we're dealing with complicated thing. We know what we would like to do. We would like to give a chance of people who are returning from abroad, who get some money through their very hard labor, to do investment in their business. However, we are not sure how to do this. There are many ways, and when you are dealing with complicated systems, there are many ways how you could do this. So in PARE 1+1 program, we were pretty clear where we'd like to go. We think that it's a very good idea to top up remittances with some public funds. However, we were not sure how to do this, and we worked quite a lot on localization, on contextualization of this approach. This approach worked in many countries. I think the starting point was Mexican program 1+3. However, it's pretty much depends how you do this. It's not just what you do, you top up, but also how you do this. And in this case, we work together with organization which related to development of small and medium enterprises. It was not just top up of money, but it was a lot of training for people who would like to do startup. It was a guidance how you could do business. And as a result, that's one example of the business we have. And we have relatively high number of women, something like 30%, 35% of people who benefited from this program are women. And we have some very good results. So we have something like 2,700 people who received training. They established 1,300 private companies. And I think what is quite important that we did very interesting math, that 1+1 equal 3.3. Oops. It's 3.3 written there. But you could do this math from the other figures you could see on slide. We mobilized 35 million USD of remittances from people to invest in their local companies. And this sum was topped up by other sources of investment, which totaled to 50 million USD. So this shows us that it very much depends how you do things. It's not just have an idea, let's top up this money, but it also pretty much attention to details and working on local level, because these big policy things, they are really nice, but implementation matters. And with these things, we are going to the second thing, which is implemented by UNDP in Moldova, and it's called MIDL, Migration in Local Development. So here we are dealt with more complex system. We are not sure how things work. We are not sure why people don't trust government, and including local government. So we start creating opportunity for people to engage with local government and for local government to engage diaspora. So diaspora is a very big word, right? So everybody who left the country is diaspora. But we went a little bit different way. We start offering people a tool which we call Associația Baștinașilor. Baștinașilor, it doesn't mean simply migrants. That mean people who are coming from these localities. So we re-establish link with people with locality. And we focus on partnership. And one example how we dealt with it, we try to recreate trust. We try to recreate transparency. And we told, we are not for your money. We are not interested to get this money and invest it somewhere. We're interested in local development. And if you think you should do something in your locality, to buy a tractor to do a road, to buy some equipment to do local waste collection and processing, it's up to you. We just help you to set up this communication between local public administration and people who left country. So, and, oops. Yep. And it was quite successful. On one hand, because we provided tools for people to engage. We were not so, all initiatives were not so reliant on us for implementation. So we show people how to do this, and people replicated this model quite quickly. So we created 38 these local hometown associations, but it was later replicated in more localities than we were engaged. We supported a lot of migrants, and that was a year when migrants started coming back from Russia because of economic crisis, and they lost the job and they started returning back. So it was a sort of crisis. And we got a lot of local projects, and again, we had very interesting math. We have a total value of local project of $2.5 million. However, diaspora contribution was very small. It was only 10% of this. Big part of this came from SDC, which funded the project, but even bigger part came from local public administration, because people in local public administration were also interested to do something good for their locality. And we simply offered them a tool how to do this. And this is a couple of examples how it could look like. This is a village of Chukuleni, where people invested in water. But we have many other examples, including of economic development project. And here you could see the split of funds which are coming from different sources. So, I think that's the last one, right? No. The big thing is how we could scale up. So now we're scaling up this project into new program called DAR, which means you could have success in your country. And that's very good new initiative, which build on the lessons learned during our project, previous project, how we could mobilize this money, how we could leverage with money, how we could blend them to achieve some good results on local level. And yes, thank you very much for your attention. I will stop here.
Okay, thank you very much, Misha. All right, so the point is, this is a real example of blended finance. It's remittances from migrant households. It's local government money, it's national government money, and it's donors' money, making a real difference to people on the ground, and not lots of money either. And when we're talking about going from billions to trillions to gazillions to God knows how much, let's not lose sight of the fact that sometimes a little bit of money in the right time in the right way can really make a huge difference for people's lives. And I think we need to build on these examples and replicate them not only in Moldova but in other countries where we have significant remittance flows. Okay, it is now my pleasure to pass the floor to Mr. Bernd Leitner, who is managing partner of Land Berlin, a company that does credit guarantee funds in a number of countries, including Tajikistan and Afghanistan, as well as in Europe. So, Mr. Leitner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. If I look at the many empty seats, I would say that those that are still here have very high expectations on what we have to say. I appreciate that, and I hope I can live up to the expectation. My name is Bernd Leitner. I'm managing partner of Land that is doing credit guarantees for SMEs in various countries. We manage guarantee funds, we establish them, we design them, and we provide consultancy. Currently in Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Nigeria, Yemen, and soon in Egypt. How would that work? Okay, so what do guarantee funds do? They de-risk loans that lenders give to SMEs in this regard, using mobilizing using the liquidity that these banks or MFIs have. They address certain shortcomings in markets or obstacles for lending. Banks have liquidity often and don't use it enough for SMEs, so they mobilize the liquidity. They provide a substitute for collateral that customers might not have. In Afghanistan, 80% of all property is not registered properly in the cadastre and therefore does not have title deed. That means even wealthy people are not bankable. A guarantee fund substitutes that collateral that banks need with the guarantees that are given. They de-risk, obviously. Yeah, they share the risk that the banks have in these loans and therefore make the banks more willing to actually consider this. They deal with the lack or difficulties of enforcement in these countries because often the legal system is not designed sufficiently to serve that. And this was mentioned this morning a lot, technical assistance. They build, if combined with technical assistance, they build capacity with the partner banks and increase the lending skills that they have. Now, guarantee funds, we work in Afghanistan, it's probably one of the most difficult places to work with in terms of SME lending, but guarantee funds can be also used in very different contexts. And with this slide here, we are showing the relationship between the design of the guarantee fund, its intervention and its intensity of dealing with the banks, and the maturity of the market. Now in Afghanistan, you'll be on the left-hand side of this slide, so the maturity of the financial sector is low. That means you have to do individual guarantees, you have to make individual decisions, appraise the loans and all that. You need people on the ground. In Nigeria, for example, where the financial sector is much more advanced, we can work in a much more efficient way, working more with data, with portfolio guarantees, with less people involved and more system reliance on that. Furthermore, what is needed to make guarantee funds, obviously, capital. And here, and it was mentioned a couple of times today, the cooperation with governments, the cooperation with central banks in this regard, and the mobilizing effect of donors or investors is required. Now, what is the impact of these guarantees? For the banks, obviously it's a growth story. They help to increase their business, but they also help eventually to change the behavior of these banks, to understand that SME lending is a core part of their business, can be profitable, and can be pursued and integrated into what they do. In terms of the businesses, it's quite clear, it's access to finance, and access to finance with the needs, with the conditions that are commensurate with the needs. Maybe longer duration, higher amounts, less collateral, lower interest rate possibly. And for the stakeholders, it's quite clear, Central banks look for stability in the financial sector, and it's, at the end of the day, a story of inclusive growth of the private sectors. Now, in terms of capital, and the term of blended finance was used a couple of times, we'd like to explain a bit how this could work for funded guarantee funds. There are also unfunded ones. The US are using that, but not each issuer of guarantees has the standing like the US Treasury, so usually guarantee funds are often funded in order to generate the trust that the capital gives. Now, often, and in the countries that we work, where guarantee funds are often not so efficient, they are not really profitable. Across the world, guarantee funds are subsidized, openly or hiddenly, by counter guarantees from the states, by subsidies that are clearly given, by TA funding, by whatever means. Now, assuming a donor investment, a first loss tranche, for example, of 2.5 million, that could capitalize an investment of more commercial-oriented investors, DFIs or so, of 10 million. So with 12.5 million guarantee fund, and that relationship between these two might be different, and a coverage of 50% in this example, so each loan is covered by the guarantee fund with 50%, you can do a loan portfolio of 25 million. That, however, means that each dollar would have been used only once for this. Now, insurance companies work with the assumption that not every car that has an accident insurance will actually have an accident, and therefore they can use their money multiple times. So that leverage, assuming a factor of 5, or in financial terms, capital adequacy of 20%, would already build a loan portfolio of $125 million. But then you also have the revolving mechanism. Loans are being repaid, money that was booked for guarantees is being released again and can be used all over again. So over time, depending on the loan conditions and duration and so on, there will be a multiplier that could be quite substantial. So the story here is that for guarantee funds, they have been seen in general as cost-efficient tools, and they are market-friendly on top of that. Now we're talking about SDGs, and here is some examples of how this works. For example, in Afghanistan, we have established with the banks that we work with and the MFIs an environmental and social risk management framework, so that they have learned that environmental risk can become credit risk and therefore are dangerous. And they are now screening businesses to avoid these dangers. In Afghanistan and Tajikistan together, we have created more than 10,000 jobs and supported 60,000 jobs with the businesses that were guaranteed by us. And there are more examples here on this slide. One final point I would like to make, and we were talking about behavioral change of banks. Now, if the banks or the MFIs have understood that this SME lending is not such a risky animal as they would have thought initially, and they've learned to do the plain vanilla business of normal SME lending, let's say, then it is the opportunity for the guarantee funds to push the banks more into more underserved target groups. Female borrowers were mentioned today a couple of times. Solar loans, we're doing in Afghanistan a pilot phase now. Startup, we are talking to KfW to establish a startup facility in Afghanistan, and so on. We call this the core satellite approach, focusing and creating volume with the core business and then going into satellites that are more challenging. Thank you very much for that. Thanks.
Well, thank you. I think this the presentation you've just given us goes right to the heart of some of the issues the FAO presentation brought up. How to extend finance to underserved rural communities, to maybe some of the less productive agricultural households. You have to get the finance out of the capital cities. You've got to extend banking and financial institutions and financial instruments to less well-served areas. And credit guarantee funds are a way of doing that. De-risking some of this expansion, and it's a great way for donors and other financial institutions to leverage financial resources of other partners as well. So thank you for this great presentation and for calling our attention to this. I would now like to give the floor to Nil Memisholu from UN Volunteers, who will help us to remember that it's not only about finance, it's also about the human face. It's about things that we can all do as volunteers that can make a difference for the SDGs financing as well as otherwise. So, Nil, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
That mic should work.
Thank you so much, Ben. Distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to be here. I would like to now, thank you. As Ben just shared, would like to take your attention, move it a bit to the important role of the volunteers, the citizens, the community work, and how we can actually benefit from the powers of the different stakeholders and bring it to the citizens' role in the society to reach the SDGs. I would like to give also show a PowerPoint presentation. So do I? Yes. So while giving some facts about the citizens' contribution to the SDGs, I want to give references, facts from the blueprint publication of UN Volunteers, 2018 State of World Volunteerism Report, that the thread that binds. So before going to now I want to ask you, the 5th biggest country in the world. I want to show you what is the 5th biggest country in the world by just from this map. The hand's supposed to be there on the last, however, it shows actually the volunteers. So let's continue. China, India, United States, Indonesia, and when we come to the 5th largest workforce country in the world, it is the volunteers. So 2018 SWR presents the most comprehensive global estimates produced to date from national statistical agencies on data. And our analysis shows that 1 billion global volunteers whose efforts combined would make a full-time workforce of 109 million volunteers globally. So to put that into a context, as a country workforce, and we call our country a volunteeria, is three times bigger than the global workforce in financial services, and 4 times those employed in the mining and extractive industries. And I'm also pleased to highlight here that the volunteerism is presented as a renewable resource for peace and development. The importance of volunteerism in mobilizing financial resources has also been mentioned in Addis Ababa Action. And as acknowledged by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, volunteers are key stakeholders in the process of achieving the SDGs. They contribute to development efforts by providing their time and skills. So we've mentioned about the number, 109 million workforce. Although volunteers are recognized as a very important source and tool to achieve the SDGs, in many countries, unfortunately, the volunteers' efforts have still been not fully measured. And of course, there are some reasons to this. One main reason is the lacking of harmonized approach to the definition of volunteerism. And second major reason to this is actually the informal volunteer globally. When we look to the 109 million volunteers workforce, 73.3% of the volunteers globally are actually conducting their volunteer work informally, meaning they are not registered to NGOs. It's important to note, it's important to highlight this aspect. And also according to UNDP Human Development Report 2015, volunteering adds significant value to economies and societies, around 2.4% to the global GDP. And now let's look to a bit closer to the regional numbers. And according to the recent UN estimates, again in the 2018 report of State of World Volunteerism report, in the Europe and CIS region, there are 29 million full-time equivalent volunteers, making the region with the largest number of full-time equivalent volunteers in the world. And just to give some ideas, some evidences, Germany indicates 43.6%. One can assume significant difference in methodological approaches to measurement, of course, when we mention about the volunteer numbers. In Norway, it is above 70%, whereas when we look into Turkey, it is around 7.9% registered volunteers we are talking about. But it's also important to note that many of the volunteer activities are actually more costly when they are made by the government. Therefore, while the cost of volunteer activities is low, their contribution to the social and economical and human development goals is high. For example, in recent years, again examples from Turkey, many of the works on gender equality, women's rights, and environmental protection have actually been implemented by the NGOs. So, NGOs and the volunteers, and actually fall under the duty of the government, which are much more costly, as I mentioned. And few other evidences from the State of World Volunteerism report. In 2017, research commissioned by the State Department of Social Protection was carried out to determine that the contributions of volunteer work in Kenya, and the results are shared on the screen. Also, another survey result is from the Africa, Statistics South Africa, doing volunteer work, and according to that, it increased from 1.3 million in 2010 to 2.2 million in 2014. Now, as we mentioned, volunteerism is a cross-cutting aspect of the 2030 agenda, and UN volunteers with its 7,201 volunteers globally, this is the number of 2018 estimates, also serving for the SDGs. And in here I would like to share a few aspects with you. OECD notes that particular health and well-being impact for older and younger populations. For example, for older groups, volunteering can replace the social roles that have lost after retirement, increasing activeness and reduce isolation. Whereas in Australia, VNR included, the Volunteer National Review, included a subchapter called Volunteers for the SDGs as part of a whole Australian endeavor which estimated the economic and social contribution of volunteers approximately $290 billion per year. And Greece, on the other hand, notes that since the financial crisis, the number of volunteers has grown drastically to support the community's needs. And lastly, I would like to, so we talk about the importance of volunteerism to reach the SDGs, and we also I also mentioned that still there is a lot of lacking in measuring the value of volunteer contribution to the society. It's challenging to accurately summarize the regional trends across the region because there are, as I said, different diverse definitions of understanding of volunteerism. And these lack of robust comparative data make it difficult to measure. So therefore, we are suggesting a harmonized approach in order to have a comparable data. And second, in order to quantify the volunteers' contribution to the SDGs, countries generate democratic data, and which consists of people's involvement in the volunteer work by doing time spent and time of task performed, etc. To do this efficiently, statistical tools producing reliable and comparable data should also be developed. And perhaps in here we can mention ILO and UNV's joint joint event, site event, they focused on the value and opportunities for integrating measurement of volunteerism. And feeding into this also 2011 ILO manual on measurement of volunteer work can also be shown as a good evidence, because in that report ILO presented a model, questionnaire model, and one very interesting result, not interesting for us of course, but an important highlight says from Canada. Canada make a $400 billion contribution to the global economy, the volunteers in Canada. This contribution of volunteers make to the GDP more than of the agriculture and motor vehicle manufacturing industries. And one last important aspect I want to share with you, which is also related with the last bullet here, innovative with models for content of the national priorities. I want to give reference to the GA resolution 7340, adopted in 2018 December. It encourages all member states to invest in measuring the scale of contribution of people's voluntary efforts by also integrating volunteerism into the national strategies and to measure its impact on the implementation of the SDGs. And based on this, I want to share a good news that there is a 16% increase with the member states national review reports now mentions volunteerism. So there's a 16% increase with the acknowledgement. So based on previously mentioned facts and stated recommendations, the impact of volunteerism is undeniable, but the measurement tools need to be improved to understand the value of volunteering work for the economy. Therefore, we need more evidence, and to measure the evidence, we need these recommendations to take place urgently. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Nil. I would just like to add one point on volunteerism. I think if we sort of reduce it to its most essential level, volunteerism is people cooperating without the strong benefit of formal institutions, but relying on social capital and trust. And there are examples of this that are critically important when we talk about finance for the SDGs as well that weren't mentioned. And crowdfunding comes to mind. Crowdfunding is an increasingly important way of providing small but very timely sources of funds that can be leveraged by other sources of funds and can serve as a source of blended finance. And if memory serves, to go back to the Moldovan example, with the remittances, I believe part of the funds that came from diaspora organizations, either within the context of the UNDP project or the IOM project or perhaps other activities, came from crowdsourcing through the diaspora communities and local communities in Moldova. So there's another way in which sort of volunteerism and finance come together. And by the way, I should add that we're very grateful to IOM for their contribution to the presentation that Misha gave, and to Gennady Cretu as well from IOM. So this concludes the second part of the Partners Forum, which is the panel of partners, so to speak. And we would now like to turn, actually, before I do that, let me just turn to each of our partners and ask if you have any last words, since we have an extra little bit of time that you would like to add, hearing the other presentations or some other comments that have been made during the course of the meeting. Mikhail?
Thank you very much, Ben. Do you hear me? Yeah. I would like to add a couple of things. One thing, we have some leaflets on the table, so you could pick up and see in more details what we did, and we also put some nice videos on the hashtag IDD 2019, so you could follow us on Twitter. Talking about our experience in Moldova, I think volunteerism play a huge role, because many association of diaspora was headed by pro bono presidents, people who are very much interested in local community development, who put some of their energy into doing things, and they did it for free. And we should not underestimate this. We cannot really put a price tag on this. And actually, if we start putting price tag on this, people most probably would reject to this. because they won't see this as a kind of enough compensation for them. But these people energy which glue together diaspora and local public authorities in getting good results and leveraging funds, it should not be underestimated. And it should be not underestimated in our case because the thing which I presented was UN effort. It's not just UNDP, it's not just OEM, it's two different projects which worked into the same direction, addressing a little bit different issues, but with same mentality, with same approach. So UNDP had very good motto for human development. It's development for people, by the people, and of people. And I think it's very good motto even in SDG era. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mikhail. Ben, would you care to add something?
Yeah, yesterday we heard one complaint or one remark of one of our participants that SMEs were not touched during the conference. Well, I hope I could provide remedy for that. And we very strongly believe in the development impact that SMEs have. In general for the economy, even our industrialized countries, SMEs provide the majority of employment, 60-something% in Germany. And guarantee funds are a very efficient, market-friendly tool to develop this SME lending in these countries. You might now think that, well, that's only needed for the very underdeveloped financial markets, but that's not true. You will find guarantee funds in the US, a very big SBA, Small Business Authority, provides that, in Germany and all the developed countries, because at the end of the day, there's always businesses that are too risky for banks to work with. In Germany, the guarantee banks, Bürgschaftsbanken they're called, around 1/3 of their portfolio is for startups. Well, banks can't do this because it's just too risky. Guarantee funds can step in here with a de-risking activity, even if the German banks don't necessarily need technical assistance that maybe Afghan banks do. So we live credit guarantees, and we believe it's a very important tool. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, just a quick follow-up question. When we talk about development of the tech industry, so often venture capital plays a critical role. And venture capital is not present in significant extent in many middle-income countries. Could credit guarantees play this role? I mean, clearly credit guarantees are a debt instrument and not an equity one, and venture capital is equity. But in terms of de-risking tech-relevant investments to accelerate some of the progress that we're looking at in these SDG areas?
I think indeed they could. You're saying credit guarantees are debt instrument. There's also equity funds that receive risk cushion from guarantee funds. So it is a feasible instrument indeed.
Okay. Thank you. Very interesting. No, the last word.
Thank you. Well, in my presentation, I mentioned about many of the, in the previous years, the development projects that fall under the responsibility of the government being actually implemented by the NGOs and volunteers. So by taking this as a reference, perhaps we can take, I want to highlight this again, and maybe take the attention of the governmental institutions and private sector to more focus on the capacity development of the NGOs, and also create a more incentives and more enabling environment for the NGOs and volunteers in the countries, because the number of volunteers and NGOs being implemented high is not because of they have financially equivalent to this. It is not because of it. On the contrary, they are facing many challenges. It's just they have the will. So maybe we can invite the government and private sector more to support the NGOs and the volunteers. And lastly, I would also like to thank the volunteers, the UN volunteers, who involved in this event, IDD 2019 as well as IDD 2018. And they contributed their pro bono support. They are reporters here and supported the communications as well last year. Thank you, Ben.
Okay. Thank you, Neil. Okay, so now we've reached the third and final phase of the Partners Forum. Open mic, your chance to say whatever you have to say, hearing what we've said or thoughts that you brought with you about financing the SDGs. We have, I believe, already 2 people signed up from H&M that have something to say, but we have potentially time as well for others. So who would like to take advantage of the open mic? Please, we have one person. Excuse me. I'm going to jump down.
Okay, so yesterday we learned that the world is or will be short of $2.5 trillion of US dollars to implement the SDGs. And according to World Bank and other actors' estimates, by 2030, migrants will remit 6.5 trillion US dollars. So that's all directed to SDGs. So remittances are an important financing source. So that's also complementing the motto from billions to trillions. It seems that trillions are there already. So let's just not underestimate the remittances. These are not small money at all. Thank you.
Here. I would only add that if the overall sum is huge, it's just that most of the remittances themselves are very small, and there's a question of how to concentrate this and link it to other sources of funds. But of course, you're exactly right, and that's why for so many countries that are lower middle income, remittances are bigger than almost any other source of external development finance. And sometimes that's not fully taken on board as we think about development finance and financing the SDGs. By the way, I would add that there's only one reference to remittances in the SDGs and all of the 17 goals, 169 targets, and 230 whatever indicators. And that's a reference to the average cost of sending a remittance. It's supposed to be brought down to 3%. Well, that's great, it should be, but that's a very incomplete way of understanding the role of remittances in development finance. So anyway, you got me going on remittances, one of my favorite topics. Okay, we have some other speakers, please.
Ayşegül Çerçi, Development and Investment Bank of Turkey. I have 2 remarks, actually, and I want to introduce my bank to the audience as well.
Would you like to stand up so people could see you?
Development and Investment Bank of Turkey, Ayşegül Çerçi is my name. Our bank has been operational since 1975, but recently we have changed in our mandates, and so our scope of operation and our instruments are broadened and diversified, and our mission is better aligned to Turkey's sustainable development goals. So we are focusing more on SDGs now at the moment. Although we are financing renewables, manufacturing industry, and tourism throughout the years, but now our focus is on the SDG, and we are working heavily on IFI's funding. So we are meeting their reporting requirements, but now we want to improve and develop some kind of reporting on SDGs as well. So my takeaway from these 2 days actually as a development and investment bank, we need methodology, instruments, and some kind of practical ways of reporting SDGs. Because we are serving to achieve SDGs, but we don't report accordingly. I mean, in a way to promote and present our work in relation to SDGs. And another remark is, I think in the previous panel, I totally related to the development banking perspective, because changing cultures in development banks from financing projects into the mobilizing finance for projects is so difficult. And we know from my personal experience and our bank culture, we need a change and maybe more discussion on that, because that poses a question. Then why are we exist? I mean, why do we exist if we are not financing the projects directly? Then what is our use? But it is not the case anymore, because no institution, no segments of financial services sector can do much alone. So we have to work together, and we will produce better results and achieve more all together, I think. So thank you. Thank you for this.
Okay, thank you very much. If I may, just building on what you said, there is a global trend now towards more and bigger national development banks in many countries, in many middle-income countries too, and not just for project lending, but for overall financial sustainability and stability of the country. Generally speaking, bank lending, of course, is pro-cyclical. And so if there's a downturn, banks stop lending and the downturn gets worse. And one of the few banks that have mandates to swim against the tide and provide more lending domestically when there's a downturn are precisely development banks. Now that can have an impact, of course, on the balance sheet and non-performing loans, but it can really provide an automatic stabilizer and minimize the damage to the financial system that happens when there's an external shock. So it's part of the resilience story of what we need to have with finance for sustainable development. So it's really great to hear what you have to say in Turkey. Microphone, please. Oh. Oh, sorry. Here it's coming.
In fact, we don't have explicit mandate as pro-cyclical duties and responsibilities, but it's more aligning the mission and vision, our mission with the Turkey's sustainable development goals. So that's
Understood. Thank you. Okay, who's next? Ah, yes. Rosemary, please.
Thank you, Ben. My name is Rosemary. I'm the team leader for HIV health and development for UNDP Istanbul at the regional hub. I just wanted to take the cue from the submission for civil society. Just to let you know that as UNDP and working on health and development, we've been cognizant of the fact that funding, especially for HIV in our region, is dwindling. So we've been preparing countries as far back as 2015, 2017, especially countries that have been transitioning from the Global Fund to prepare them for domestic financing. And in that regard, looking at the role of civil society and NGOs, we've had an opportunity to work with 10 countries in the region, including Belarus, Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Republic of North Macedonia, Kyrgyzstan, Moldova, Montenegro, Serbia, Tajikistan, Ukraine, and Uzbekistan, going through steps of NGO social contracting to look at the space of civil society and how governments can work with civil society, looking at the legislation, the regulations, and making civil society as a partner for developing social services. So we are happy to launch a methodology and a tool that will help governments, civil society, and other partners who are interested in working with civil society to make sure we have that step-by-step tool to engage with civil society using legislation, but also for regulators to know to what extent they need to engage with civil society for social service delivery. So we have launched today that tool, and it's available on the UNDP Istanbul Regional Hub. So if you go to our website, you will find the tool. So we are very happy that you included financing for social services, which indeed yesterday we heard that we need to be funding health like the way we fund infrastructure. If you fund health and development, you will realize more dividends, more incomes, and better development for countries. So I wanted to make that appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. We have another hand up here.
Thank you. So, Ben, we've been talking about...
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Oh, my name is Shams Mustafayev. I'm from Azerbaijan RCO office. So we've been talking about different accelerators of kind of, finding the cost of the SDGs. Now, this morning I read this article about Teresa Kachin-Daimata, who unexpectedly became a chief in Malawi, and her first act was to annul 850 child marriages. That was her first act. First decision. So that reminded me that women get it. And that reminded me that maybe one of the accelerators might be that we finally demand businesses have women in the boards, have businesses, push businesses really demand that they at the decision-making table, they have women and the senior management positions, that governments can do that. And that, to be honest, in civil service, we have the same thing. Women don't usually make decisions. You know, if we are talking about leaving no one behind, equality, and accelerating financing this, you know, rural areas, children, malnutrition, early marriages, maybe we should really, really seriously demand to have women at the decision-making table. Thank you.
Hard to disagree with that. Thank you very much. Other comments? Okay, we're running a bit behind schedule, so I think we should conclude now and move towards the final concluding remarks of IDD. So please join me in thanking our panelists and all of you who have contributed to the Partners Forum for your remarks and contributions, and looking forward to coming back next year and hearing what you have to say then. So thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I think it's been a productive and long two-day conference. I think we've had, what, 4 speeches, more than 7 panels, all very exciting. I think we're coming to the end. I'd like to invite the manager of UNDP's Istanbul Regional Hub, Gerrit Torgerman, to deliver some closing comments to this year's Istanbul Development Dialogues. Gerrit? Yeah, can we get a mic? Or are you going to speak from the podium? All right, there you go then.
Thanks very much. Indeed, it's been a long 2 days. I'm glad to see that the rows are still quite filled. A couple of words on behalf of Mejana Spoliajo-Egger, our regional director, who would have loved to be with us right now, but she couldn't make it back to the Marriott on time. So she asked me to say a few concluding remarks, bringing together these rich 2 days. We heard over the last 2 days from governments, from the public sector more broadly, from the private sector, from international financial institutions, from companies, corporations, think tanks, civil society, investors and investees around the issues on putting money to work for the SDGs, for sustainable development. We talked about instruments, mechanisms, how they mature and evolve, how they gain in size and access, the need for transparency around it. We talked about risk, impact, accountability around instruments and tools. We talked about leadership, a key issue that came up in almost all of the sessions, the importance of leadership in making these, or in realizing the big ambition that sits behind the SDGs, the issue of political will, the issue of coordination and concerted action, of long-term approaches rather than the short-term type of thinking that often drives our way of working. And then I think importantly, we talked about what I would, I guess, almost call framing the 2 days of discussion. We talked about the need for culture change, for changing behaviors, for changing attitudes, for working in a very different manner. That's always easily said. That's much, much harder done. And it takes a long, long time. If I compare that to the urgency that sat behind the keynote speeches, that sat behind Sean's closure yesterday evening, culture change will have to hurry quite a bit in order for us to make sure that we still meet the challenges that we've been talking about. But really fully summarizing those 2 days is a very tough one. And this is, as Ali-Chan kept reminding us, this is dialogues. So what I'd like to do much rather is hear from you in one word or one sentence, your main takeaway from these 2 days. How useful was it? What stands out for you in your recollection? There's a lot of food for thought, a lot of food for action, and I guess some of us are still, or should I say, digesting, to stay with the picture. So if you're still in that digesting process, don't hurry too much, but if something is on your mind in terms of an immediate takeaway, why don't you just share it with all of us? Can I ask for immediate gut reactions of what stood out for you? What are you taking home from these 2 days? Limia, please.
Thank you, Gerd. Let me kick it off. Limia El Tayeb, For those who don't know me, I'm from UNDP Albania. I think what I'm walking away with is this notion that there's a lot of money out there. We're just not tapping it, and we're not directing it to those most left behind. So let's find ways of creating partnerships and de-risking it enough for the investors to reach the farthest behind first. So for me, that's the main takeaway.
Very good point. I think partnership, I should have added, it was one of the framing elements that came through all of the discussions. And I should add again, the Istanbul Development Dialogues for UNDP are not a UNDP platform per se. It's meant to be a platform of all partners coming together on key issues. The partnership that sits behind the platform and that is actually demonstrated in your presence here is very important to us, each and every of the partners that are here assembled in the room. Other key takeaways, thoughts? You can even say, look, I didn't really learn anything in those 2 days. I anticipate all those outcomes from the start. Nothing new from me over the last couple of months, and not from these 2 days. Too many slides.
Thank you. Milovan from Serbia, governance. I'd say comprehensive approach in order to tackle all of these, issues related to sustainable development. It's obvious that, some enabling factors have to be addressed, like good governance issues, rule of law, and things like that, which should be packaged together with, with sustainable financing strategies.
Very good point. In fact, it reminds me back to Sean's summary last night, which demonstrated the interconnectedness that we sometimes tend to kind of not emphasize sufficiently. When we talk about climate change, how close that is to governance, how close that is to gender equality, to inequality more broadly, to all of the other topics that are covered through the SDGs. It's a very interconnected agenda to tackle. Thanks for that comment. Other takeaways, thoughts? One common takeaway that I can see across the room is that I feel rather tired, if I can put it this way, but that's also part of the journey. If you were not exhausted right now, then you hadn't participated fully. There's one over there, please.
Hello, my name is Sharifa from TICA, Turkish Coordination and Cooperation Agency. It's the National ODA Implementing Agency. My main takeaway is that green investments are becoming as important as social investments with social impact, because with no livable environment, no investment will bring results to us. So that's the main focus that I took as a takeaway today.
Thanks very much for adding that. I think that's an important point also from the perspective that a lot of the discussion around finance tends to be around financial gains in this discussion. The emphasis led by the banks and by some of our speakers on the non-financial gains that investors are looking for was also quite an interesting and illuminating part of the discussion. And good to have Tika in the room. Thanks for being with us. Anybody else? Dima over here, and where are the mics? Over there. We'll start here and then we'll come to you, Dima. Just 1 second.
I'm Dima from UNDP Moldova. My takeaway is, with all the diversity of the different mechanisms, the different opportunities, I think we need to have the government takes a leading role in enabling and optimizing the benefit from this, and that we are here collectively to support and provide the technical support for that. But I think we also need to enhance that support so the governments are in the driver's seats. Achieving the SDGs is, at the end of the day, the national development agenda. And that's also the role of the national stakeholders, the national actors, be it government and be it others, but it's extremely important that they are in the driver's seat, and that's our responsibility. It's not only about the numbers, but it's also the impact and how this is, affecting their growth and whatever it takes to accompany them with that.
Thanks. That reinforces the point on leadership very strongly, absolutely.
Natia Natslishuli, UNDP Turkmenistan. My takeaway is following. Of course, we need financing for achieving the SDGs. There are finances available out there. Furthermore, there is a wide variety of instruments that have already been created, that are being created, and will be created in a innovation spirited out there, and it is important to keep abreast of all of this. It is important to know what's happening elsewhere. It's important to try to have this kind of the evolving context and the developing context, and trying to bring this all to the use and utility of achieving the SDGs. So congratulations for the successful event. Looking forward to the continued discussions.
Thanks very much. In a way, a point that also is directed back to UNDP. With our global presence, we have to make sure and get much better at sharing global best practices. Shombi, please.
Hi, Shombi Sharp, UN Resident Coordinator in Armenia. And again, just join the colleagues in expressing appreciation for this really important discussion and really taking us to the next level of development thinking. My point would just be very simple, that and this is maybe a little bit self-serving, apologies for that, but focusing on the issue of coordination at the country level, obviously. We see so many different actors coming with so many different perspectives, and I think when we had the IFI panel, for example, it really came to mind. In Armenia, we've launched a pretty robust, call it donor coordination process together with the government, and there it's quite interesting because you see the spectrum of it's not just about financing gaps or understanding gaps, but it's about pushing the policy needle in the right direction, working with governments to incentivize. Some development partners, are very assertive in that space. For example, the EU partners have direct budget lending with, policy matrix and this sort of thing, more for more types of policy financing. Other partners, some IFIs, for example, ADB, spoke here, and I see that as well, kind of more on a project basis, not necessarily looking at, budget support, that type of financing. So if you have a good, solid, robust coordination process at the country level, I think that's where you can really maximize this partnership sort of approach.
Thanks very much, Shombi. If I imagine the UNDP administrator in his opening statement commenting on what you just said, I would think that he would talk to us about being much more issue-focused than project-focused at the end of the day, also in terms of how we build the broader coalitions and ecosystems of partners, but an extremely important point on coordination. Thanks. Have I forgotten anybody? Please.
Olaf Jurgensen, UNDP Regional Hub. I was really pleased to see how, this is a very vanilla statement, financing the SDGs like it's just one problem, and to hear how, peeling back the onion, the context, the issues of fragility, as we heard from the Lant presentation, that this is more complicated, the issue of scale and geography, urban versus rural, and then rural versus rural, urban versus urban. I mean, within pockets of poverty that exists all over, that whole, the issues of green bonds, brown bonds, blue bonds, that was really nice to hear, that we didn't have just a simple solution to something that's supposed to be indivisible, and we're all told these 17 things all hang together. The solutions, like you just said, Kat, we need to be penetrating from many different perspectives to get at it, because it's the how. If we meet a year from now, what will we learn? How will we carry this dialogue forward? So to me, it was exciting to hear that there are issues of fragility. We didn't discuss much about Africa, obviously, because this is taking place in Istanbul, but the challenges there are different than the challenges here. And I think there was a recognition of that. I was happy to hear about it. Thanks.
Thanks, Olaf. Indeed, Istanbul is not Africa, but certainly as an Istanbul regional hub, we have the ambition of going much more global in our debates and dialogues. So bringing this more to the fore in the coming dialogues, I think that will be part of our ambition. Any final word from around Rosemary?
I think I've learned that SDGs are an expression of smart public investment in 2020, 2030. And I still ask myself, 2020 is next year. How will financing SDGs in a smart way look like in 2020? How will financing SDGs look like in 2030? So I've learned quite a bit about financing SDGs, and I hope all of us feel that responsibility to actually use this platform of SDGs as smart investment.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. If I don't see, there's one more comment on the side, and then we'll conclude.
Hello, I'm Osman from Turkish Cooperation and Coordination Agency, known as TICA. First of all, I'm very grateful to listen presentations and just meet people around the world. So it has been a great experience for me. But I would like to focus on the commitment that we are promising to fulfill. Not SDGs, but in general, just solving the problem of the world. It is 0.7% of ODA over GNI, official development assistance ratio, but we are still fall behind that. And the governments are not, holding their promises, and they're not fulfilling their commitments. And we appreciate that we have some kind of, financing instruments called as PPP, or some kind of let's say developments in terms of developing tax base, but commitments are not fulfilled yet. So governments are still responsible for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Osman. No final word anymore. It allows me to come to then really to the end, but bear with me for 2 minutes, because this is the moment of an event like this that really needs attention, because it's also a moment that I really take some pleasure in, because it's a moment of big thanks to quite a number of colleagues and teams and people who have helped us make the IDD possible the way we conducted it. So first of all, a big thanks really to all of you for being with us, for staying through the 2 days fully with us. It's been a filled and loaded agenda overall. A big thanks to all the speakers and moderators, and to Alican as our Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much. We come to a big applause at the end, so just bear with me for a moment so that I can go through a lot of thank you with all of you. To the many colleagues and teams who made this possible in UNDP, we had Ben and George and their teams, Mara, Berna, Anka, Ivan and their teams, Asli and Ilknur, Ekaterina and Farid, Nico, Mehmet, Karen and their teams on the communication side, Ezra, Begum, Elis, Pavol, Yunus and their teams on technical related issues. There's a whole big machinery behind it of teamwork that made this work, and I really want to pay full tribute to all of the colleagues who contributed to this. This includes, of course, all the rapporteurs, the UN volunteers who helped us make this happen from a rapporteuring perspective, the technical teams, Apex, the interpreters, the hotel here with its services, and all of you, I should add once more. Last but not least, and very importantly to us, as you can also see on the logos that underpinned our event, the partnership with the government of Turkey is absolutely essential for us to make these type of dialogues happen. Their continued support has been absolutely marvelous to us throughout the process. So with you jointly, for all of the names that I just mentioned, rather than individual applauses, let's give them one big hand all together, please. On that note, safe travels, enjoy Istanbul. you're finally released for a drink or a cup of coffee, whatever suits you. Thank you very much. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Gareth. It was a pleasure. I think it was good that you, mentioned the interpreters, all the people behind. This is great. Your office put in a lot of work, so.
Se verán